So today I'm going to give an introduction to the 7 verses of supplication to the protectress Tara. And this little booklet Rinpoche said I made this book because I really consider it as extremely precious, this particular supplication. But of course it's not just me, but actually as it is mentioned in the supplication to Tara, Tara is the one who performs the enlightened activities of all the Buddhas of the 3 times. In the state of the Dharmakaya, her essence is the Great Mother. And this is how she attained enlightenment into this space of the Great Mother, Dharmakaya. But then she also possesses the qualities of enlightened body and speech, mind, activities, qualities. And among those, specifically, she is the one who performs the activities, the enlightened activities of all the Buddhas after 3 times. And so Tara, especially this application to Tara, is really very, very precious. And Tara, in general, is actually also kind of a unique deity. It is that in the past, aeons in the past, there were aeons, aeon over aeon, where the only deity that really existed was Tara. So at that time, over aeons, the practitioners would only practice the Tara sadhana. And it is that at that time, hundreds and thousands of Tara tantras have emerged. So that's also a reason why the practice of Tara specifically is very precious.
We thought Churona, Tumatum, Shitake, Nakan Delhom, that very Dharmakaya and Alpeka of Tangle. I churned to Maton the pen that Roman won Domushiba child, the champion, the Tola Chiva, so Peka of Tangle. Not the bottom. Sometimes you do more, I take the local.
No.
Sometimes you do more, she was your tongue songs, not Peka of Tangle. Sometimes you do more, she was just a good law, she the summer law, how you and the Juma, the Juma, the Pam law, Payuni, but you party. In this to that, just a part of country, just in what you put up. Come to what you know, yes.
Your Martin.
Just
Oh, okay. So and then in this aeon, at the time of the Buddha Shakyamuni, Buddha Shakyamuni had taught that the Tara possesses 108 names. So there's different aspects of Tara. And then there's also this praise to the 21 Taras, to 21 aspects of Tara. And basically we can say that all the female deities really arise out of Tara. They have, their nature is Tara. So that is that first prayer on page, in English on page 11. There is another supplication to Tara, written by Atisha, composed by Atisha. And so when Atisha came to Tibet, and then he was on his way to continue travel on to meet his guru Selingpa, and so he was then setting out on a boat on the ocean to travel there. And so during his whole time, he always had this little image of Tara that he had with him, and also that occasionally was talking to him. So wherever he went, he had that with him. And so that one time when he was on that boat on his way to meet Selingpa, then a storm broke out and the boat almost sank. And that is when he then spontaneously spoke that supplication here on page 11. So the one who liberates from the 8 fears. That's kind of the title of this prayer too. And so regarding this prayer, actually, there is a very long story that you can also find in the life story of Atisha. But just to recite this one verse here on page 11, actually in itself is very powerful and precious. Really can grant protection in this life and future lives in the bardo and so on. And this was the verse that many lamas in prison actually had memorized and secretly would always recite. And so, so I felt also after prison time that this is something that most people actually know, and that is why it is specifically this prayer here on page 11, the supplication to the liberator from the 8 fears, that I was distributing. That was one of my activities. And actually it also happened that sometimes some other lamas would scold me for doing that a little bit, and that is because that's a really short supplication, and they would prefer that people would recite the supplication to the 21 taras, which is much longer, and they felt that because they are reciting this, they are not reciting the longer one anymore. But then the truth is that 90% of the people don't even know the 21 supplication to Tara, supplication to 21 Tara. And this one is also very easy and anyone can recite it. So maybe they were somewhat right. Maybe there is a problem with that, but still the benefits actually outweigh. And really the power and the benefit that comes from the supplication is actually the same. And so this is really that one supplication that really protects, that only that supplication is sufficient to be protected from all kinds of fears.
이제 과제 좀 지나나 빠데 체지 동반제 당 투기 잡도 소소 책임한디 강에 때는 로마 잡으면은 제가 치모요래 강리 따듯이 동안 저 샘도 냠도 용요래 강리 되네 시랍다 힘기냐 니 차디 이제 되면 샘들 고요래 시랍다 힘기 저다요 같다 보니 이제 되면 시랍다 힘기 이제 되면 오래 대회는 샘디 용이 시작된 게 대체로 되게 신기리리 그 당근 냠도 요래 따듯이 동네 딱 빠른 잡아미가 그리고 진짜다 너도 봐도 내가 판치를 똑똑성 파리 맞다마 이제 이 책이 동다들은 제시 진짜 잡는 맛을 제가 지금 요래지
And then in this supplication, the last line says, continue. Oh, you have always been by my side. Continue evermore to protect me with compassion. This in particular is related to the 7 verses of supplication to Tara. You have always been by my side, always. So that is, we are always actually connected to Tara at all times. She is together with us. She is our own mind. And how she is together with us is, at what she really is this quality of wisdom and compassion within our own mind. And that should be understood to be Tara's actual mind. And because everyone has a mind, everyone possesses this wisdom, this discriminating awareness to some degree. So for this reason, Tara really is together with all sentient beings, however many there are, at all times, never separating from them. And this is also why she can grant protection to all sentient beings. So specifically, this line is related to the 7 verses of supplication.
내일은 좀 하나니 양 무슨 독신이라마 아침 보죠 양코게 상황되는데 남거를 나서 남거를 이지선데 대 이제 대사 가랑 약 강이잖아 이 소속을 되나 가지는 저기 잡타만 보거든요 가게 잡던 피해요래 드린 고중가 셈을 챙겨요래 내 강에 피해요 말이야 내 강에 되는 나 제대로 뭔가 제대로 말했더니 핑거요래 제라티네 대사가 카전네 했더니 너무 싶어지나 됐어 바로 내가 참지해더니 제대로 뭐 찍고를 써야 될 거봐 내가 그때 책책 카전 다른 상인제 토탄제 내가 그 책하죠 나도 저들인데 지는 자 되네 저당하리 지인이 많고 이 강연면한테 가서 같이 이제 제리로래 같이 했더니 그래서 다 책고 담그리 대회들이 앞에 손대도 좀 강연을 계속 오래 대자와래
And then the supplication on page 13, this verse was also one that I had received in prison from a very, very special Dzogchen Lama that I met there. He secretly gave it to some of us. So that's this prayer. And then on page 15, then there is an additional prayer that I also added and slightly changed the wording here, but originally it was spoken by Uso Dorje. And so that is because I wanted to add that because wherever I go, I'm giving the refuge vow to so many thousands of beings. And they always think of me, and I feel that I can't really help them so much. So if I wanted to benefit them, then I feel that if I would pray to Tara and meditate on Tara, then that will benefit them. She will benefit them. And that is why I'm not added this supplication, and also in the beginning now added a few words, Noble Lady Tara, with indivisible compassion. So these beginning words are added to this because Tara is really the one who will grant protection in this life, in future lives, and in the bardo. And so then after that it says, and then whoever is connected to me in whichever way, may they all be benefited. So it is because I personally feel I don't have many great qualities. That is why I am added these lines in the beginning as application to Tara to protect all of these beings who are connected to me. And then that last verse here on page 17, this supplication, so Rinpoche said, I myself have written that now for the sake of faithful disciples, because there is many disciples who really believe in me, who trust me, and whom I always tell practice Tara. And so for that sake, I have written these words here on page 17, which is also a very short supplication. And so it is specifically for those who, due to various conditions, follow me or not really like me. And when they think of me, then they think of Tara. And so it says here in that supplication towards the end, then may they become free from the shackles, iron shackles of self-grasping. And so that is the seed of samsara and nothing else really. It is self-grasping. The Buddha said, completely tame your own mind. The mind in its natural state is already the Buddha. But due to self-grasping, it has become like an ice block, which has created samsara. And once you become free from self-grasping, you are free from all of samsara altogether. And you become free from self-grasping if you just give rise to altruism. Altruism, that itself is actually Tara. So this is a supplication that Rinpoche said I myself have written.
소소 좀 말해. 남바 상지배 용어 거든요. 지금 말해. 지금 말 사실 만난 거래.
And then there's also a Chenrezig supplication at the very end on page 23. And the image of Chenrezig is in the very beginning, this round image in the very beginning, that is Chenrezig. And actually, there is a story behind this image. So in the past, I had a dream of Chenrezig looking just like this, having a dream of that image. And then around that time, after I had that dream, there was this disciple in Arizona who draw up, like, with a computer, he drew this exact same image. And actually, there was no conversation about it at all, and I didn't share my dream with anyone. Just naturally, I found this very image of my dream hanging on our temple door one day. And I felt this is really very strange. Just after I have this dream, this disciple makes this image and then puts it on our temple door. And so the image that he created is this round part, and the central part, Chenrezig's face, is what I added to it, and that's the face of the Jowo, the self-arisen Jowo statue in Tibet, in the center. And now we still have this image in our temple, actually. And then in the end, on page 23, is the supplication to Chenrezig. And actually this image and the supplication, there is actually a correlation. This image really represents those words here at the end. And especially in the line, your love is boundless like space. So actually, this is a well-known Chenrezig supplication prayer, but I changed the wording slightly here too. Just this one line, your love is boundless like space. This is what I added to it, how I changed it to correspond with that image, because that's really what Chenrezig is. Chenrezig is an embodiment of love and compassion. And his Dharmakaya nature pervades like space. And then this Sambhogakaya form of Chenrezig appears like clouds or rainbows in the sky, and is always present. There's never a time when Chenrezig is not present. He always pervades all reaches of space, and what pervades is his love and compassion for all sentient beings. So that is why I added these words here, or changed the wording slightly. Your love is boundless like space, to really make it easier for people to understand that Chenrezig is always there. So when we read it and we recite, your love is boundless, like all pervasive, then it reminds us of his presence. So this is why I changed that. And then in the end of the book, there's this Tara image. And that is also very dear to me. It is the image of a special Tara tanka that I have. And this tanka actually at one occasion touched my head, actually. So this Tara really touched me. And also Tara saved my life 8 times already. So that is why I also added that to the book, because I really firmly trust and believe in Tara. And of course, it's not only me. Actually, Tara is considered to be a very important, a very, very precious deity throughout all the Buddhist traditions.
so inji depth the charge what to so what they were talking yore the depth on that so no young there and how to back at depth to that they are three tomato juice or so your man now they are drawing about the depth to your so depth such about the to your the samsaric depth on the so mambo only in a party and English rapidly talk the hadam go playing your playing so on your now the mambo on treat the to body the people of that water body they give the road some Jim Chapa Pendy or the Cashin Latini Dep Yang Lord Sajachi down more to Sunni Kashi talk near Nampasa and Maimba that's a debut that's Sanji Gusare the most sorry you're young Kamaranke, so Namsa Polarity, that depth on Jagona, the Sajachi down more to Sunni Romakashi talk Yamchi, not what the Debran Tepache, the other tapili, digitally, tapili no to show it.
So, my Dharma friends, also the reason why I am producing those little booklets to pass out is because I feel that this is what I can do to give back, because many students do a lot to support my Dharma activities, and they give me food and so forth, and then I feel there's nothing really that I can give back to them for what they do for me. So I want to give them a gift or something I want to give back to them. And for this reason, I have created these little booklets to give to others, because I really personally find that these books are really extremely precious. Because if we really understand them, then in this lifetime, we will be able to accept whatever difficulty we go through, and in future lifetimes we will proceed from happiness to happiness. And therefore, it is really one of my main activities that wherever I go, I want to make sure that I can offer at least these little booklets to the people. And then that makes me also feel happy. So actually, if we really understand the meaning of these little booklets, then actually a realization of Mahamudra can arise. For example, there has been, so first of all, those, where's the first answer? There has been a disciple who was not even a Buddhist actually, and several disciples actually, who only by reading these books actually realized, understood the meaning of Mahamudra. So therefore, these little books are really extremely precious. And so that is why I make sure that I really produce them. And of course, it's not really me making them, it's also my disciples helping me with that. But that's really one of my main activities. And now, for example, if you already have a few of those books, it would be very good to pass them on to some of your friends. Those who have some greater awareness will really like those books. It will really benefit them. It has benefited me. And these kind of books are not the kind of books that you want to just have sit around at home without having been used at all. So don't just put them at home and let them sit there. But if you have many of those books, then use them and pass them on to your friends. And that's really of an incredible benefit. So as I mentioned, that only by reading these kind of books actually, and many stories of people realizing Mahamudra. Like that person who was not even a Buddhist and read one of those books and really understood Mahamudra just naturally. And that is because the meaning that is described in these little books is the Buddha. And everyone has that within them. Everyone has Buddha nature. And due to the merit accumulated in previous lives, when they now read those little books, some disciples, some individuals really come to just natural understanding of the meaning of Mahamudra. So when I heard these kind of stories, my faith in these little books really increased even more. And so in any case, now I'm going to give an introduction to the 7 verses of Supplication to Tara. Then one more thing here in the book, before we get to the prayer, is the Tara's wheel that is on page 18, 19, and 20 in 3 languages. And it's the same in all 3 languages, and it's the short visualization of Tara's wheel. So if you really have faith in Tara, and you only read that supplication, and then you come to the visualization of this wheel, this mantra wheel here, in either one of the 3 languages, and just recite the mantra along with that, then that is actually sufficient. Even if you don't have time now to do the longer Tara sadhana. And so when you begin to visualize the mantra wheel, you can start by visualizing the syllables slightly larger. It looks almost like a prayer wheel. And then as time goes by, then the syllables can be visualized smaller and smaller. So actually, that in itself, if you recite the supplication and then you visualize the brief mantra wheel and then recite Tara's mantra, that in itself is a complete practice, just like the generation stage practices that we do. And from that practice itself, the powers of the approach, close approach, accomplishment, and so on will arise. So if you don't have the time to do the longer sadhana, you can actually just do that. You recite the supplication, then you visualize the mantra wheel and recite the mantra. As long as you have faith and devotion, that is actually sufficient. So these are those 3 mantra wheels in 3 languages, and it's the short, the abbreviated version.
마 기반이 그 주행나서 책 도마티게 따고 보고요리 따와 강이 따와 죽거리 추지 영시 바체들이 다다 앞에 쪽시시나 롱치나 장치를 잡고 따와 롱치랑 장이죠 맹치나 가 롱치 그 남카리 추지 영시 바체 하고나 책 추지 영 남카리 난 주기는 셈나 나도 제대로 셈도 하고서는 신 남카 난이 이왕이 봐 하고 다다 하고서 에나 하고서는 셈디 공간나 받아 하고서는 이간이 산 예디나 뭐 대다로 하고 가자디 영 유토성아 아다니 란처럼 선남깔라 세계 잡대요 하고 리드 반응을 좀 받아요. 인처인 거예요. 파도도 빼대나 기면에 이때지 매로 또 창지해 주와지. 능문이 말했을 때 나한테 싶도 요래 생파를 제시해요 하고는 추지 영시 받는 동안 다른 게 남생은 남가당 셋남가니 셋배 남가리 또는 세군대로 하고는 항상 생각 갖다가 될 추리 여행 주고요. 이 추리 여행들은 상지 탐지 주습지 사지 사지 이들한 얘기요. 메이드로 말이야. 메이드로 용이 되나? 되나? 아니, 야, 그러면 생각 찾다 산지 용이. 생각 나빠다가 relâche, 나서 나빠다가. 근데 하고도 집이 싸워대. 싸워대 메이드로 너왜 지나? 더 메이드로 싸워 하고도. 싸워들 내입니다. 반드시 당은 아와 사족이 롱을 바꾸고만 그래서 있는 병을 따와 사주는 신남 갔다 와 선왕위가 잡대요 봐. 이 하고서 취지 영시가 이 하마고는 나인이지 다 콜라 창을 이게 뭐 상계는 샘게 잡요래시 취지 마치와면 취행나시 또나 사제 담지 취지경나 요래 담서 오미 취지경니 폐초도 항상 폐초도 간 폐고지 죽은 남과다 왔는데 이렇게 야송다고 다 폐고 뭐 요래지 그 상제 요래 대단
So then we start with supplication, page 1. So in the Tibetan, the first line is, you dwell in the realm of the unborn Dharmadhatu mother. Here in the very beginning already, we are introduced to the view. And what is the view? It is the view is Dharmadhatu. And now what is Dharmadhatu? In the introduction to the view according to the Dzogchen tradition, the view is explained in terms of the name of a guru actually, Longchen Rabcham. Longchen Rabcham is a Dzogchen master and his name actually represents the view. Longchen is the vast expanse and Rabcham is this infinity, this infinite vast expanse. And that is like space. This is the space-like nature of the Dharmakaya. So that's the Dharma Dhatu, or Longchen Rabcham, infinite vast expanse. So the outer Dharma Dhatu is space, and the inner Dharma Dhatu is your mind that is free of all discursive thought. And when you realize that the outer space and the inner space of mind are indivisible, then you have realized, understood the view. You have understood the space-like empty nature of the mind. And then you continue to sustain that state. You abide within that state until you attain enlightenment. And when one attains enlightenment, then one realizes that there is no outer and inner. It's all pervasive. And this perception of one's physical body is perceived sort of like a cloud hovering in open space. And still one's mind pervades everything. And that mind is beyond birth and death. So at that time when one realizes that, there is no more perception of something really exists, that there is something, or that there isn't. So all of these perceptions, all of these fixations dissolve when you realize that mind transcends birth and death. So the Dharma Dhatu is the indivisibility of the inner space mind, the mind space, and the outer space. There is no delineation. It's all pervasive. So the realization of the nature of mind really is that. It is the Dharma Dhatu. And it is within that space of Dharma Dhatu that all the Buddhas of the 3 times dwell. So those Buddhas, when they attain enlightenment, they don't just disappear. When you look at your own mind, look at your mind, then all you can see is a space like nature. So there's nothing there, but there's nothing there. But then do you know that there's nothing there? You know that because there is clarity, there's clear awareness. So you say, yes, I'm aware of this. There's clarity. And does this clarity ever go away? It actually never goes away. There is this knowing capacity, this consciousness that never goes away. And so this is how we arrive at an understanding of the view according to Dzogchen. And then also there are other methods according to Mahamudra and the Madhyamaka, the middle way. But basically what we understand ultimately is that the outer space and the inner space of the mind are indivisible, all pervasive. And that's the realization of Dharmadhatu. And for as long as one doesn't understand that, one perceives the duality of self and other. And in that way, one perpetuates the perception of samsara. So Tara is the Buddha. And the Buddha is one's own mind that is all pervasive. So we call for the Buddhas to come from the Akanishta, or the highest pure land of the Dharmadhatu. And then we say that they swiftly appear because it is all pervasive, they're already there. The Dharmakaya nature pervades like space, and from that, out of great compassion, then the rainbow-like or cloud-like Sambhogakayas naturally appear.
추지 영시 바데 선남카 낭생위 이 사람이 하고서는 하고를 나는 땅고 살아.
So Dharma friends, so the outer, we have said, the outer Dharmadhatu is the indivisibility of your inner mind and the outer space. Do you understand that? If you understand that, could you please raise your hand?
하마고나 카이라 과자 가리나 sana. 샘지 샘도 가도 뒤 설라도 오 설레가요. 말이 낭래요. 낭래도 누구 나타 참하고도 말이 수고 토성아 샘도 저거도 말이 저거도 샘도 서남에 낭남에 찹디요래 된다. 왜 샘도 양땅양도 샘도 남파니 샘도 상도 검점이니 samsara na to chebo karmiteri hakoon e ha model ta hijiki mark pass dicemeteri der samngi yang to gongole e gongoli danjin ke der sabachini yang to gongole chongong yo
So some were a little bit hesitant about just raising their hands. Maybe you're wondering, I wonder if I really know it or not. So then, if you wonder where your mind is, where is the mind? You might feel that it is projecting outward because I'm doing all these things, I'm engaging in all these activities out there. But no, it's not out there. It's really inside, because inside you are experiencing everything that's happening within the body, pain and so forth, all those feelings and sensations inside that only you feel. So then, however, if you think it's inside, then what happens to it, the mind, when the body dies? Then what happens to the mind? Then it's still there. So there is no outer and there is no inner. It's neither outside or inside. It's all pervasive. And so that nature that is like space, the mind that is inseparable from space, that has to be habituated through practice over and over again. And if you do that, then sometimes there is a time when all thinking stops. And in that very moment, you will know. And the reason why we don't know is because we are obscured by what is called this co-emergent ignorance. And that is basically grasping at a self. And for this reason, it is so important that we make an effort to develop immeasurable love and compassion.
연 접주 너무 로마 요새 딱 고사오지나 접주 로마 가 남카 가요제 요리지 아셈 남카다 하모 남카 가요는지 남카 되나 요리면서 남카 도보리처럼 말이 네바라 남카요 남카 맞잡사요 말이 네바라 어머니 맞잡사요 남카도 똥문이가 잡대요 똥반이 돼 땡나요 말서 올라요 말 오미지 쉽게 올라 대도요 말이 동원이가 찹지요 되나 동원이 집아지 공하고서 동원이 가요는 원래 좀 세우까지 지나 소식 지나 마도 마리나 심 냠지 거리지 동원이 나 그게 같이 찹지요 이제 놈에 염제지 넘어 들어가 역시 동원이 참 같이 찹지요 그래서 죽어.
And then the second line in the Tibetan then says, so there dwells the noble goddess, Mother Tara. And that is, now to explain it in simple terms, when we say there dwells, where does Tara really dwell? She dwells wherever there is space, which is everywhere. So it's not that kind of space that we mean here when we look into the sky and we say, can you see the sky? And then you point towards the sky. It's everywhere. Space is not just somewhere up there or out there, but it's everywhere. It's all pervasive. It pervades everything animate and inanimate in this universe. Everything is pervaded by emptiness. And emptiness has no directions, like up and below and so forth. It's everywhere. That is why this Pula and the Fakanishta is also literally, it means below none. There's nothing below. So that's emptiness, all pervasive. So she's always there. So therefore, whenever you think of her, there she is. Even if you don't think of her, she's still there together with your mind. Because Tara's nature is Dharmakaya, and Dharmakaya is empty, all-pervasive space.
예, 심지 그나 대대 마스 샘데 요리티가 되었대 두고요. 심지 그 샘데 요리티라 되었대 두고요. 아예세라. 야. 세분 내려 갖고 잡기라. 산지 고박대 또 그래. 야, 죽어야 돼 놈의 똑같이 그랬어. 그래서 삼위기 속지 뭐 내가 속지 벌써 로그 접지 놈하게 자지 롱도 이것이랑 지동이 sempre 탑질을 피 다터고요. 안쪽 받쳐보게다 주로 그래요. 야, 대자 마시게 샘 요바 점게 머리 돈도 로아를 좀 시기 탐기라. 그거 접지 놈하게 야 저기요. 아니 그거 되는데 랑게 샘 십자수제 사지사와제들 시라고 차대 니게 차대 방에 오는 이게 지금 치래 난다고 요래 쉽지 탐대를 대왕고서 대다 대이제 말이스 그런 사람 말이스.
Then it says, you who bestows happiness in all sentient beings. And so because she dwells in the mind of all beings, everyone who has a mind is can be bestowed with happiness. She bestows happiness upon everyone who has a mind, which everyone has. And so for those who have realized the nature of mind, she can give them the happiness of enlightenment. in the form of the Dharmakaya Great Mother. And then for those who develop faith, love and compassion, the Sambhogakaya form manifests. And then in this way, self and others can be benefited by generating that Sambhogakaya form. And it is that form then that protects beings from the 8 or 16 kinds of fear. But even if one is a sentient being who doesn't know any of that, any practice, for example, an animal or any being of the 6 realms of samsara, she appears there as that particular sentient being as a Nirmanakaya form and gives them happiness. Basically, it is said that anything that is done is actually an activity by the Buddhas. And that is because wherever you have that aspect of wisdom and compassion that is engaging in anything, that's an activity of the Buddhas. And because everyone has that aspect, it is everywhere. And that is how Tara engages in activities. So then this bestowing of happiness on sentient beings is something that actually doesn't just happen now for the first time, but is something that's actually happening on an ongoing basis all the time. And then, please protect me from all fears. So then, now all sentient beings possess self-grasping to some degree. And due to that, for as long as we do grasp at a self, we will experience suffering. There is no one who doesn't suffer. There's this endless suffering in samsara because of self-grasping in the 6 realms of samsara. And of those, among those 6 realms, the human world actually is said to be like a Nirmanakaya Pure Land. In the human world, we have those beings to be tamed and those who tame. The sentient beings that are to be tamed, it is because they carry wrong views and they misunderstand, or they have an incomplete understanding of how things are. That is why they suffer. So basically, ultimately, they suffer because of self-grasping. Because of self-grasping, fear arises. And now when we recite this prayer, it reminds us that when I supplicate to Tara with firm trust, she can protect me. So here at this point, we are giving rise to a clear faith in Tara. And clear faith recognizes her qualities of omniscience, of loving compassion, and of her power. So knowing about her qualities, we supplicate to Tara here.
유머 발음들이 어떤 뭐라서 꽉차도 버전지 다 차다도 빠지 다치도 세도 도도 차를 생대로 하마와 다치도 생도 나빠지게 되는 가리나서 나오 저한테 tom데 하고 싶은 말이지 이따가 sem 유머 와서 전에 이 유머가 적게 되라 나도 또에 남아서 제와는 도와를 줘 중간에 가사 찍라 그랬고 동에서 딱딱이요 야 차장 이거 뭐펑 쌍무쌍무 유머가 좀 나한테 용이 좀 동네 쪽이 이런 말이지 동네가 강제적 가는 정도 유머에서 하고 토마토를 내준비 메시지다 랑축에만 마시다 이 동네에 랑축에만 마시다 세 유머가 줬어 를 토마토 등에 있다거나 마기 등에 대해 쇼크 수록지 따스 유목에서도 대하고 촉시다.
So then, now we all experience fear. And why do you experience fear? In the next page it says it is because our minds are controlled by afflictions and we do not recognize that we are ourselves are Dharmakaya. That is why we experience the fears and the sufferings of samsara. We don't recognize that we ourselves are Dharmakaya. We have not realized the true nature of the mind. And for this reason, not knowing our true nature, we do not know that our true space-like nature is beyond birth and death. And that nature is obscured by this thought of an I. And then from that, it developed the perceptions of self and other as separate, and the coarse afflictions of attachment and aversion and all the other afflictions. The Samantabhadra prayer, it says that the habitual tendencies gradually become stronger and thicker. And then you have a mind that is completely solidified, this separate entity. And due to that, you cannot see your true nature, what you really are. You cannot understand that your true nature is like space. You cannot understand it because your view of this nature is obscured. You are like in this bundle or enveloped by this concept of I, an existing I. And this causes the mind to be controlled by afflictions. And these afflictions in turn lead to a lot of suffering. On a larger scale, there is the suffering of the 6 realms, samsara. But on a smaller scale, actually, these 6 kinds of sufferings can be also found in just one person, a human being, for example. We all can experience hunger and thirst and heat and cold and so forth. So in brief, for as long as there is a self, this thought of a self, then the afflictive emotions will arise within the mind. And their nature is suffering. They lead to suffering. Therefore, in the beginning, our eyes need to open to the workings of karma. And so the reason why we have not recognized that our true nature is Dharmakaya is because we are constantly controlled by afflictive emotions. So therefore, first and foremost, if you wish to be protected from suffering, you have to first clearly see who has created all of your suffering. You need to look at that. It was created by your own afflictive emotions.
다랑 죽어야 바디 하고도 요다 죽어서 가지게 죽어거든요. 랑게 생기지 네 죽어들은 코디 이 성자를 아다장 나오 녀가디 내가 다지 이 내가 제일 죽으려고 해요. 생들은 죽고 하고는 세고 내려고 때나 세고 때로 나빠다고 너무 싸워는 참 그런 다지님도 여러 다지니 주바다 다 주바다로지 이 당만 맛이 들이 유는 못 때렸더니 다들 차당도가 잘 차왔지네 이 되게 박차사는 아디 고라 정도 이 차당지 박차사를 하고는 오랑 죽을만 맛이 가지고데 하다 생은 이메와 하고를 이면은 나가다왜 죽고 싶었대 산지 그 정도 말해 나도 생도 나가다왜 해서 하고는 죽고 하고 요래 오 내려는 진짜고 생죽이만 마시네 생이 뭔가도 들어야 돼 나긴 이용이 차당 똑바 윤면 채봐 이런 거 요래 내 하고 그래서
And so now you understand my nature is Dharmakaya, but then what is really the Dharmakaya? How is my mind the Dharmakaya? The Dharmakaya, what we call the Dharmakaya, is just your own mind. And that mind is the seed of, the basis of all of samsara and nirvana. So when you look at this mind without any concept of I'm, self, and other, you just look at the mind as it is, you experience it as a space-like nature. So for that, you first need to understand that self and other are non-dual. And the dualistic perception of self and other is confusion. And it is because of that confusion that for a long time, we never recognize our true nature. Because we don't recognize that fundamental point, we always develop thoughts of attachment and aversion, and we create habitual or reinforce our habitual patterns, karmic imprints in the mind, and samsara perpetuates that way. So here recognize that the reason why I have not recognized myself as Dharmakaya is because I am constantly controlled by my own afflictions. If you realize non-duality, you realize the space-like nature of the mind, and that's the Dharmakaya. So it's not some kind of a Buddha image, some kind of form of that looks like something, but it's the nature of your own mind that is like space. And once you understand that, then you have understood the Dharmakaya. And for as long as you do cling to the dualistic existence of self and other, those thoughts of attachment and anger and so forth, they will arise all the time, constantly, uninterruptedly.
레들 차와들이 라들라들 놈들이 따라 같이한 거라고 가리 세상을 내주고 세상을 내주고 따사다 앞에서 갖고자 동쭉 따들라서 왔다 차영을 이 차원이 내게 따사다 가리 따사던 잡으려면 죽어자서 사담시 강리 코르지 코와티다 강리 양아마추 하면서 잡세요나 이 레제 다 철코는 거요래 바다 파세 마음바로 철세 양 파세 들이 홀레 윤지 그나 따뜻하 샤스나 파 수즈나 다 파사로 샤티 양마쿠 철수요래시 철수는 다 파사를 나 양자리 파사 양 철사 다 콜로저 모두 콜로들한테 제 과자들 다시 콜라지 이 콜라야 이 호만이 신이 뭐가 철록 대하고는 가이 그들 샘 시랍 싸워 대기 아무 샘 유모 저는 유모 시담에 있잖아 이 시담이 이 레는 잡으려고 등에다 하고는 다 가리 시담을 톡톡 잡으려고 시담은 시담 집발에서 하고는 하고 또 제 죽어도 시담하고 시담 이거 말이다 이 하고도 레상 그거 말이다 막 고안 좀 생기는 좀 너무 두기 잡았어 너무 레주데 시바데 레주데 시트바데 다게티노 말레 레주데 키는 삼바데 니게 다게티노 정모라 야요레스 아디 저렇게 뭐게 뭐다 다자 신티 마보바 레주데 시바타케라 되는 것도 다자 가서 타지 저지 다 기비시기 라마다 기비시 별이 잡아서 지키 받다라 남매이 저자들이 이랬더니 아콜레지 주는지 제 상체들이 있는 것도 봤답니다. 저자들이 이야기하더니 너는 도dom을 내준 경우도 개영을 했어.
So being controlled by afflictive emotions, we continue to accumulate karma. And karma always begins with a very subtle thought arising, and then that develops into a coarse affliction. For example, hatred. First we get angry, and then we argue, we start fighting, and then we beat each other and we kill each other and so forth out of anger. Or when you think about all the wars that are being fought in this world, all the suffering, why does that happen? It always goes in circles. That is samsara, cyclic existence. So first, in a previous life, you have killed someone, and now in this life, they come back to kill you. And in this way, it goes around in circles, in an endless circle. It always comes back. So, for example, when you're eating meat now because in a previous life, you were eaten by that being, and now you're eating it. And in next life, it turns around again. So it is this endless cycle. First we harm others, then they harm us, then we harm others, and so forth, like a turning wheel of a car. That is why we call it samsara, or cyclic existence, this endless cycle of back and forth and back and forth. And it begins with becoming controlled by the afflictions. And therefore, first we need to recognize when they arise, this is an affliction. Now, in order to ultimately recognize our true nature as the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya really is that discriminating awareness that recognizes clearly an affliction. For example, when anger arises, you clearly know I'm angry. And then you also understand the suffering that is created by anger and all the suffering that is created in this world. And then you recognize the anger of all the people in this world and my own anger are actually identical. And then when you realize that and you look at that anger itself, then what you find is actually there is no anger. It does not inherently exist. And when you realize that, then there is no more agent who actually accumulates karma. There's no more duality. And so first, this begins with understanding the workings of karma. So Tara introduces us here to karma, cause and effect. And the way she introduces us to karma is by showing us her nature of love and compassion. That is really the essence of karma. And so then Tara, the Buddhas, appear in the form of nirmanakayas to introduce sentient beings to that who don't know karma. So there is those sentient beings to be tamed who don't know karma, like human beings. And then there is those human beings, those spiritual teachers who tame, for example, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who introduce them to karma. They're both human beings, but one introduces them to the workings of karma. And all of these are actually Tara manifestations, Buddha manifestations. And ultimately, there is really no duality between the one who tames and the one who is to be tamed. So in any case here, being controlled by the afflictions and not recognizing that we are Dharmakaya, what that points at is that first we need to clearly understand the workings of karma.
Drikung Seki Kuna Matina, the Kogori, Ho Niji in the Chenrezig, Mo Niji in the Romas. I'm being counted on the empty Niji Kinzuna, that is no marriage. Ya, I got him in a double Jacob and Robot in it, somewhat she was in a Jacob previous hour to better bit. What is it? More just no marriage. Benefit a choke drama. I shake it. The luck, oh, Maria, Yeshua Laris, must something in marriage. Maria can carry it up then. Mark Maria, you didn't want to ever your marriage. Can you miss it? Miss it? Near up to the didn't want some years. Maria can all a poor bang the tea. The didn't was hard method with ever carry or it's similar. The one I should up in the bar, maybe. More you get the cannon when I didn't get into marriage. He thought was a corner. Don't simply think somebody he gave a prima than somebody get into marriage. Ben the page you already. Ah, that was Zong Kang Nani, Musum Gochi already. Kachi, Kong Kachi, Mr. Zong Kang Pungo Chimbo, Gochi. The Pope is some Hiki Chimbo. It did Zong Kang Gangi on a Korani, Gale Janet, check top drama that Janet, Kachi. When it's a color drama that comes out when you're in a crown. When Shaka, Lord Tati, I saw both from the Shinana tree or Shinani, Shogoda, last what say or the death of the done, so her Nani Zokangana, Dormy data, Corona, Yakabla, Garni Yore. These are the Niki symbol. At the Sajitra is a Lamana Besumare. You can take him around, catch it and me, Saji, Una, Zakata and a couple of the shade. That is Zubato, so all. Only the Hachi or Issue or much Ganga in the sun, he just needs the Samasaji to Balahakona. That one is Haji Kumbahak or me. Tell me that the only song you it. You look at Tantina. So I number part of number Nankan and Topata the taste out of it. Pungu or a don't get these no trade. Can't people telling to me on the interest of position? We need China, if you know what genetic to Paris, some 3,000 get it to Montreal, Hako, your
So there's one thing that I forgot to mention in the first verse on page 1. Bestowing you who bestows happiness on all sentient beings. Regarding this, this can also be understood in terms of the Dharmakayas and Bogakaya and Nirmanakaya. And so now in terms of the Nirmanakaya, there's an important point here, and that is, if you understand this, then you really will see that any man, for instance, with compassion, you will see that man as Chenrezig, and any female with compassion as Tara. For example, when you go to a hospital, there's a very compassionate doctor, then that actually is an emanation of Tara. Or anything else that is done when somebody works for a country, or like a businessman, for example, doing great things for the country, that person also is an emanation of Chenrezig. And now, actually also in other religions, for example, some people say that Mother Mary, Maria, they say that she belongs to, she's like a goddess also from the Christian tradition, Christian religion. And because she is sort of like a Christian goddess, we don't follow her because she's Christian. But that's actually wrong, because what does Mother Mary really do? What's really the difference between her and Tara? I personally find there's really no difference at all. Of course, I don't know much about Mother Mary, but then I know that Tara's nature is the Buddha, and Tara, for example, is holding a lotus flower. Mother Mary is holding the Jesus baby in her lap. That's the only difference, but what's the real difference actually? I really see no difference in their nature. what they represent is compassion. And any female, we have said, with compassion, regardless of their religion, it really is an emanation of Tara. So there is no division in terms of religion, really. Anyone who is doing anything to benefit sentient beings is an emanation of Tara. For example, when I was in prison, there was this official, a very high official actually, who was a Muslim, and he had really great compassion. He had great love and compassion for people. And when there was someone having difficulties, he would really go out of his way and try to, in many different ways, to help others and bring them food and so on. For example, we were plowing the fields, and we were collecting the potatoes and radishes and so on, and bringing them back. And then he would take some of these to bring them out to the people who were starving and so on. So actually, that is an emanation of the Buddha, or of Tara, we can really say. Many lamas actually also said that. And so actually, there is no difference in terms of what outer religion one follows. Therefore, one of course might say that if they are like Muslim, for example, then how can we say that they are a Buddha? There's a contradiction, an inherent contradiction. But there really isn't. It doesn't matter what one calls oneself, what one is, whether one is a Buddhist or a Christian or a Muslim. Everyone has love and compassion to some degree, and those who have great love and compassion are real Buddha manifestations. And if you understand this, then you have understood the actual intent, the actual enlightened mind of the Buddha, that completely transcends all kinds of religions, Buddhist or not Buddhist, and so on. And if you don't understand this point, then not only will there be conflict, contradiction between different religions, but even within one religion, even within Buddhism, there will be constant argument because of that. And then because of that conflict will lead to everyone's ruin, really. So therefore, for example, if you come to a hospital and you are treated by a really good physician, you should really think that this is really an emanation of Tara or Chenrezig. So if you think in this way, then you are really understanding the actual enlightened activities of Tara. So then we come to page number 3. And so in the Tibetan, the first line is that Dharma has not truly taken birth in their hearts. So what is that Dharma actually? When we ask for the Dharma wheel to be turned and so on. The Dharma, when we take refuge, we say, I take refuge in the heart essence of the Dharma, which is love and compassion. So the Buddha had said, tame your own mind. And what needs to be tamed is that concept of a self, this I, that needs to be tamed. And the only way to do that is to cultivate an altruistic mind. There is no other way at all. And to understand that, you have to look at your mind very clearly, again and again. You really should investigate that. When there is, look at your mind, and when you are selfish, in a moment of selfishness, when you think of me, is there any altruism? Do you care about others in that moment? You don't. And in a moment where you really care about others, do you care about yourself? You don't. So look at the mind when you care about others. How does that feel? And then look at your mind when you're selfish. How does that feel? So it's important to really think about this. Look at that very, very clearly again and again. You need to really see that feeling, that the experience of that state of mind. For example, altruism, care for others. When you see a very sweet baby, for example, and the mother sees her, looks at her baby, and she touches the baby and feels just very happy. And why? Because she doesn't think about herself at all in that moment. Her mind completely goes to the child. Or other people, for example, really love their pets, their cat and their dog. So when you're with them and they're around you, you feel happy, right? And that is because your mind goes there to your animal. And you experience happiness. And so you might just think that I just love my child or my cat or my dog. But what is really happening is you should look at your mind when that happens. Look at your mind, and what really happens and why you really feel happy in that moment is because there is no concept of me. There is only a care for the other. And then you realize that, oh, it actually is, all it is, it's a quality of altruism. That is why I feel happy in this moment. And when you understand that, then you will actually want to make an effort to cultivate altruism. So that is the essence of the Dharma, love and compassion. When you understand that, then a real quality, the happiness will really come from that. So when we say that Dharma has not truly taken birth in our hearts, for as long as we do not recognize that, the quality of love and compassion, for as long as we don't see that, the Dharma has not truly taken birth in our heart.
좀 타니 배려봐 타니 책이 집랑 내서 책을 띄는데 다좀 타서 좋아요래 또 다시 받아 고그래 고그래 좀타 취재서 돌지 그런데 또 다시 받아 취재서 돌다버리 나부 좀 타다 서로 좀 타랑 좀 타지 좀 좁지지라고 그래 감정을 계속 좁지만 가는 가르치거든 어떤 비비 저기 그래서 도저히 동반나 라면 통을 대신 장마서 주지서더리 그 도렌 도렌을 받자지기 요래 이제 감정을 나를 주제 강조하래 원단이 이সম에 대바타를 로고 요래 원단 그 대바타는 로톡도 요래 대회는 좀다 지금 지진장나 아다리 남바사지 좀다나 그래서 두바 요래스 이 두바티 지선다네 이 뒤따와서 그런데 다대서나 그래서 좀 다지 just 좀 타이네. 이제 니바 차들. 니바를 빨리 좀 거래. 좀 타라 띠들이 대도 sem진의 장이 오 길어가 잘해시. 니마야 버리지. 니마를 길어가 가봐자. 이 책도 마크로데. 뒤들이 오면 주시 봐도 사지 조지 좀 소막하지. 다들 유무만 들고 그래. 오야. 그들아 재미에 어머니 나와 사제받아 책이가 계속 그래. 재미에 들고 그네. 이제 좀 다시 있어. 감다면나 나를 깨라지 하는데 나를 깨라지 산촉심 조를 보지. 좀 다 서다지 나 나그 산촉심 조를 보지 말아 비치자고 말이야. 개발되나? 고소 선수도 다 뺏어오고 없이. 나는 산촉심 조를 보지 라고 가서 이제 고소 대서서를 해야지. 다 숨겹지지는 버려야지. 데이터를 하고 그러더니 책이지를 만드는 동지 짓을 하는 거예요.
Then it says they follow the conventional meaning of words. And so that is through words, these words create tenet systems or like lineages and so on. And then you might wonder, do we really need all of these lineages? We do need them, but then also within Buddhism, for example, there is a debate between different lineages or tenet systems. And this debate is for the sake of refining each other's understanding of the Dharma, like polishing the Dharma. It's ultimately in order to protect the Dharma, to protect the lineage. So each of those lineages is like a box. And then when we engage in debating, it is just like there's two friends and one doesn't see one's own face. So one's friend helps you to remove the dirt from your face because you can't see it yourself. So in this way, we are sort of helping each other through Dharma discussion and debate. And we are also training our awareness, our understanding of the Dharma in that way. So we are furthering our understanding. So it's like a box, the different lineages. But then what's inside all of these different boxes? Ultimately, they all need to arrive at the same content. And that is the ultimate truth of non-duality. Now, within Buddhism, for example, we have said there is debating. And then if one follows only those words, one follows the conventional meaning of words, when one brings this ordinary understanding of words, then even though the Dharma debate itself is actually helpful and refining one's understanding, it becomes defiled or one becomes deceived if one holds on to ordinary words. And so how does that happen now? It is basically by labeling one as good and the other one as bad. And in this way, we misunderstand what's really happening in that debate. For example, then you would say that because of a certain debate, that Gelugpas are wrong and the Nyingmas are right. So then there seems to be a contradiction. That is if we hold on to words only. And then also the Nyingmas will say the other way around. And so actually, this is a mistaken way of following the teachings. The Buddha had said, what is the Dharma? Is that the Dharma means that we have to subdue our afflictive emotions, our self-grasping. And how to do that is by cultivating the four immeasurables. And that is why the four immeasurables is a teaching that is taught right at the outset of all Buddhist teachings. So if you come with that view of altruism, of the four immeasurables, then you recognize that the different lineages are like different boxes, but the content of each box is the same, and that is the precious bodhichitta. So no matter what lineage one follows, there is no one who doesn't talk about that, who doesn't teach the precious bodhichitta. So if one is a wise person, then one understands that even though they are debating, what they are really speaking about is actually nothing else but bodhicitta. On the outer level, there is some debate, but really they all agree on bodhicitta. And they're only debating in order to protect their lineages. So if you understand that, then you're not going to just follow the conventional meaning of words. So we shouldn't follow words, but we should actually follow or understand their meaning.
네, 다다, 네, 주정의 줄을 마치 바탕이 저기 지병서 이 석강되게 하장 피마치 보여래 이 잠부 랭이 줄로 그렇다 용도로 편지요래 좀타 미마스 저기 성공다 좋나 좀타 미바를 쭉 가래 미바도 쭉 가래 좀도 주고 그래 용도 거요래 좀타 담들이 좀도 그래 좀타를 유연이야 요래 좀타 용진 가래는 그런데 뜻서 들이 개방 소환한 것좀 타니까 로바토를 드리게 적지 중속을 띵바 빵도 저거 주고 깜들이 좀 다섯 쪽 제고 좀 다섯 쪽 제마도 디사지 때마다 까로 그게 잡고 참대 상태 요나 주바토 같아 강에 대회는 좀 다들 이지 중쪽을 되니 일단 소수 타게 하고 지기요 내가 무슨 냥스린 것까지 아직 좀 다른 용기 대리랑 좀 사슴도 제초고요 그래야지 좀다 대속도 제일매 막 제로를 막는데 차장주 와도 되는 저 연구요래 맨나다다 나게 배가나 마리아라 마리아 그래서 제보로서 난자로 놓고 이제 거기 얘 로마 결코 가려 나봐 놓고 가려 나 로이 가려서네 소베티 접딘 좀 말이야 제발 받아 매지 가려서는 매기는 남과 좀 상바다 이제레스 잡을는 거 보모 에다기 생기를 피바다 대화도 못한지 말 아니니 접딘 좀 맞대레 접딘 뭐 상바다 힘께서 캐리요스 이런 거네 때 차대요 다시 좀 타든 지나더니 딱좀 가려는 거 다양 다 터졌다 따뜻한 잠을 줄룩줄룩 바로 좁아서봐 좀 타지 뭐 세만 진다 저거요 줄룩줄룩 이네 난 생시 대체고 그래 내기 때에 잡을 체를 때는 이제 띵디야 계속 온 거래 줄룩 터졌던 난 생시 대체 내기 때에 줄룩 딱 좋고요 그래 빼나 줄룩 그렇게 찾는 거지 딱 좋다 이 맛에 좀 그래
So on page 3 still, so those who follow the conventional meaning of words and are deceived by errant tenets. So actually understanding this line here is actually extremely useful for our practice. And so in terms of lineage or tenet or religion, all of the different religions or spiritual paths and so on, the different traditions in the world, all are actually in essence beneficial. So then what is it? Since they all are good, then what are we talking about when we say deceived by errant tenets? So what, if all are good, then what are the errant tenets then? And so Jigten Sumgan has said, he explained that what is that makes a lineage or some kind of philosophical view flawed. So first of all of the different traditions have good qualities. And so in the past, to highlight those qualities, the great scholars and the masters, especially in the past, there were a lot of debates between Buddhist and non-Buddhist philosophers. And so they were engaging in debate, and it seemed from the outside that they are really pointing out each other's faults. But that was at that time necessary in order to uphold the Buddha's teachings at all, because at that time, in the old days, when kings were ruling the country, they had that law that whoever is defeated in debate, that religion will be prohibited, and the one who wins, that is the religion we accept. So because of that, to uphold the Buddha's teachings, there were debates happening. But now times have changed. Those laws don't exist anymore. But then still, we are holding on to those criticisms, those critical words. And so for practitioners then, who are not actually the ones of the past upholding the lineage, if we then follow those words of debate from the past, then they become causes for us to develop attachment and aversion. For example, between Buddhism and Christianity, for example, one time when we were in Chile, there is this very large Mother Mary statue that I really wanted to see. And some people said that you're Buddhist, maybe you shouldn't go. But I felt that I really have to go. And that is because, to me, there is not the slightest difference between Mother Mary and Tara, and I wanted to see her because they are the same. They are the same within their mind of love and compassion. And so therefore, from my own perspective, I really see any woman, for example, in this world who is doing things to benefit others and to bring happiness to others, really as an emanation of Tara. That's how I see it. Because what Tara is to me is nothing else but love and compassion. And so now when we are holding on to, we are fixating on certain philosophical views, the faults that come from that kind of fixation is that between traditions, philosophical traditions, for example, if we really hold on and believe in the truth of our own position, of our own side, then that is what we actually call the errant tenet, because that leads to conflict, and whatever leads to conflict and suffering is wrong or errant, because it is the responsibility of any religion or spiritual path in this world to bring about the peace and the happiness within the minds of beings. And it is the responsibility of the outer sciences, the natural sciences and so on, to develop the world on an outer level. But then if the religions don't follow their responsibility, but instead stir up difficulties through following those conventional meanings of words, then that is what we call being deceived by an errant tenet.
Kepe rang ji shi je lumbo chak bu ji san chang chek yang jang ji san chang na ni geu xin ka she ke a ji geu xin tam she ke zhong le ang le o rang so ye che ya je zong che de ji yin a ge de bi za chi mo yang a ge de za chi mo ni zhe ge che ge na na de yo le chu de ha jiang za chi mo yin zhe tang jian na de za chi mo yi song le I am not in what you or the Buddha took up the yearly, the Sara took up the Yin took up the or the Sa took up the double took up on Rama for your when you young the Nikona was some good took the country on the in some 양 두둑띵 나나 양 그지 좋은 데 있어 안 거는 거지 딱 갈라 한 거는 거지 딱 갈 좋은 거리 자 비싼 거다 말이 있어 가래 딱 기도는 거는 뭐지 두둑 잡으면 또라만 보여나 지네 두둑 그런 거 접수나 사지를 돌리 있으면 돌리 ኛ서는 탐지니 못 대차한 거요 대하고 보면 오 대마시나 뭐 자꾸 있었다 따뜻히 들이기만 매지 들이기만 바꿔주고 들이기만 매지 다 이발들이 속담을 특이 짓는 문제도 좋은 거예요.
Sakya Pandita had said, wise person looks at oneself, and a foolish person just follows other people's words and fame and so on. And that fault actually often also is made by spiritual teachers. For example, if they have some kind of motive to promote themselves or their tradition or their lineage, then they would say that this lineage or this dharma surpasses all. It's the most supreme, it's the most precious. And they do have a basis for saying that in some ways, because it does actually say that in the teachings, but it says that in every teaching. In every teaching it says this is the most precious, this is the most supreme, and that is mentioned in all of the teachings. And actually this is, when I was young, actually I also actually was a little confused about that in the beginning, because first I encountered this Guru Rinpoche hard accomplishment practice according to the that there's a tradition. And so then in there it said, Guru Rinpoche himself said that there are thousands of different hard accomplishment practices. This is the essence. This is the most important one, the quintessence. And so that is how I then viewed it. But then soon later, I found another hard accomplishment practice of Guru Rinpoche himself. And again, he says, this is the most precious hard accomplished practice. And then I felt, what is he really talking about? Which one is the precious one now? But actually, when you really think about it, it's still true, because what Guru Rinpoche is saying is that even though you have thousands of hard accomplishment practices, they all are equally precious. If you just practice one of them, then you are really practicing the essence of them all. And that is a point that foolish people who don't think don't understand. And that is why they just follow the conventional meaning of words. And doing that, they think that it's only this because that's what it says, and no other practice surpasses it. This is the most precious one. And then what happens is that then they find the next one where the same thing is said, it's the most precious one. And then in this way they keep following different kind of systems without really actually practicing any of them. And so that is the fault that happens when we just follow the conventional meaning of words.
yang tu ta ka shi on nang bu da wa la xiong de li nang bu jiao dong jin la ya wa la zhuo wo de de zhou la bu kang li ji jiao dong de jiao jin le shi ka yi shi jiao guang zhou jiao shi sa de ka li wo zhou shen nang ge gong zhou zhou ka li sa ji zhou shi la de sem de wu li shi la de jiao guo yo de shi la de zhuo la yin ji men ji shang hen ji guo yo de sem de wu li jiao de这场景的区域，能学了等于你少的别话的里，让给这个差不了的， 오늘 때는 인성 기반의 가리 trouble. 나 시장기 야와 trouble 세나리다 trouble. 또 먹고 trouble. 인성선 프로테레지. 얘는 너나 저기 뉴모바 대 세르주리지. 좀다 대 약간 말이지. 이 세미지. 대 시장기 야와 저테레지. 약간 말이 약간 이미 마시게 되더니 또 먹고 로빠다 와지. 약간 이미 딱 깨면 또 약간 말이서. 부탁하는 거. 그래서 난과기로 예수 약간 말이라구나. 나 특급 말이 강해. 현대에는 진바 동거도 수선송도 조바 동거도 하기는 기회서 앞에 망고요. 돈이 거야 요리. 가리는 중사용지 니 요리. 내 딱게는 설랑의 중자장을 중으로 용지 삼체를 도야 요리. 얘는 돈을 가자랑 그 뭐니 빵거 남선 예습로 딱선을 세고 내 마음 것은 예선 남선 맞죠 다들 자치 보이지 고쳐서 자치 보여 삼초를 해야 이거 조성은 사지 나추에 추자치 보는 상행기에서 자치 이를 삼아 세비가 고거리 이상은 이제 서로봐야 야라 쪽으로는 특히 비발한 거리 낭빠치 꿀 잡고도 와. 10지 30 잡고도 삼거든. 10지 30 잡고도 빵 가봐라. 뒤는 10지 30 잡고는 아까리. 삼바체미 빠져. 당호 뒤 삼바체미 빠져도 고거래. 여기는 대자로 했더니 삼바다 니지기 이제 당나. 또 삼바다 니지 이제 당하겠다. 영양다 하면 잡았어. 영양다 하면 잡았어. 양다 빡하리. 시랍다 니지니 광 양다 빠르지. 내가 체미배 삼바다니 이제 내 양마다 진짜 줘야 돼. 나지 되는 말 토레스. 내리 송아 같더니 나 죽고 되는 말 삼바다니 이제 죽고 되는 말 시랍 놓고 되는 말 이제라 송아 죽고 되는 말 단지 감나 이바다 니와 좀 참지들 공시 방이 가를 되는 말 사와서도 세지 말이지. 또 하면 당장 손에 봐. 사마선 길을 때 상하를 나와라지. 나와라를 잡아. 제가
This term deceived by errant tenets, deceived, it is when one grasps at these, then lineages and so on, then one is deceived. And so the one who is grasping is deceived in the sense of that grasping leads to their own ruin. And so, for example, some say that Buddhists, for example, say that you should not follow any other non-Buddhist religion, because then you would hold wrong views and you would fall into the lower realms. And then there is followers of other religions who say don't follow Buddhism, and especially don't take refuge in Buddhism, because then you will go to hell. And so then we really have to analyze these kind of statements. How do we go to hell? And what does refuge really mean? When we take refuge, then we seek protection. And what kind of protection do we seek? From whom? We seek protection from the three jewels. And then who are the three jewels? Actually, they are within you. The heart essence of the Buddha is your own wisdom mind. So whoever has a mind has wisdom, and it is that wisdom that needs to protect us. And that wisdom needs to have the companion of love and compassion in order to truly be protected. So externally, we speak about the Buddha jewel and the Dharma jewel, but what they really are is one's own inner wisdom and compassion, and whoever has that is a Sangha, actually. And now, talking about going to hell and so on, what really creates the lower realms? What creates birth in hell is hatred. What creates birth as a hungry spirit is stinginess. What creates birth as an animal is ignorance. When you know that, and then any of these afflictions arise in you, immediately you would recognize that this is wrong. But so then how we are deceived is that we become afflicted, and then we think that this other religion is just wrong, it's just bad. That negative thought is a harmful thought. It is aversion, it is anger. That is the cause for taking birth in hell. And aside from that, who are we really to judge what is good and what is bad? Actually, we haven't really studied all of these other religions so thoroughly that we could really actually form an educated opinion about that. We just, without even thinking much about it, we just label it, it's wrong. Actually, no one can say that. As a Buddhist, for example, we can't say that Christians are wrong in any way because we haven't really actually, first of all, studied it. And then also we can find very good elements and practices in Christianity. For example, generosity and morality and patience. They engage in many virtuous actions. Even there are meditations on emptiness. So wherever we look, we always find faults and qualities. But if we focus on the faults, then that leads to our own downfall, actually. And whenever we focus on good qualities, then good qualities arise within us. So a person, from a practical perspective, there are 3 states of mind that need to be abandoned. So there are 3 states of mind that should not be in our mind. And that is wrong views and covetousness or desire, and then harmful thoughts. Covetousness or attachment is, for example, thinking that my lineage, my religion is most precious. And of course, it's fine to think that the 3 jewels are really precious, but then what are the 3 jewels really? The Buddha taught the Dharma, and we say the Dharma is very precious. So then if you agree that Dharma is precious, then you agree that love and compassion is precious. And what is meant here is immeasurable love and compassion. Immeasurable means for everyone. And then there is no more difference between Buddhist and non-Buddhist. There is no better or worse. You want to benefit all beings unconditionally, no matter who they are. All sentient beings need to be protected. So when we take refuge, we are not saying, I will protect all the Buddhist sentient beings, but all sentient beings. There is no Buddhist and non-Buddhist. Because what really protects them and us is immeasurable love. So that must arise first and foremost. That is like the foundation. And when love and compassion is there as a foundation, then this genuine Mother Goddess will protect one. And so genuine here means that genuine refers to the state of wisdom and compassion. Genuine is immeasurable love and compassion. That is Tara's mind. Her ultimate mind is the wisdom expanse of Dharmakaya, and her Sambhogakaya form appears out of great compassion in the form of Tara, and the Nirmanakaya form appears in various ways in this world. For example, anyone, as we mentioned before, who engages in activities to benefit others really is an emanation of Tara, and this is actually happening all around us. So if you see it in this way, you develop a pure view that is free from any bias. And actually in the secret mantra, it is said everything is pure. All appearances are the deity.
다 유신이 탐지게 같이 송아 지난해 양좀 타자바다 양좀 차소소 그 랑기 용디 좋아지 대체 봐요. 사실 오 똑같이 그 랑기 용디 다른 바 dharma salam을 못하는 것으로 다 대사 때문에 소소의 사람들 마치 주문지 각각 요래 변해 saksin 족신 이 남들이 용 이제다가 따면은 남들이 탑 드라마다 요래 예를 들면 이 가시를 saksin남이 가시를 족신인데 남그 제발이 이해를 제발 요만 제적 습지 남지 산지 습지요 습지게 남지 제발 요래 ora 제비요 제발 요만 제발 이용을 된적이요 말이잖아 제발 타서 뭐담 사실 좀 이제 타지 했더니 동적 남발 공부할 때가 함께 공부하면서 동적 하고서들이 보냈다와 혼자 의미 있어 버렸대. 이거나 이সম에 비시 샘드 납시 실포터 들고 아우 다토마트 이시라 문제고 버려. 이시라 가래 니요 말이지. 오 대다와 한 개월상 제발이면 남지 제발이 해다 대 말이 남지 제발 소소 대로 다테를 남지 탑 잡으를 이제다 제발이 제발입니다. 내 하고는 그래서다 여기 서게 같이 탐지 있는 대신에 대를 뛰는 속서 소지 소지소나 대는 문제는 참만하고 살지 마 지바리스 소지 생물들이 다르게 봐게结果 마도 대그 지선장에 지중다데 랑소 상보다 인소리 받지는 일단 좀 상님배 이렇게 좀 탈랑 것들이 이번 정부요에 랑람 양서바 토고요 말이 넌 지바송도 따와 미수 봐에 지바 난거 뜻들이 니지 나게들이 저 상본 바리 상배 이거는 샘 샘지 납샘지 나 자치 보이지 뉴샘지 이다르든 나샘지 서로부터 다양하다 나와나가니 난자 그래 지금 돌을 당샘 권한 거 이렇게 맞지 당샘 권한 좀 봐시네 되잖아 너들이 아삼지들 뭐지 뭐 당샘지 동이 받대 하고 something 이 강치가 당샘지 뭐 전적이 요래 내가들이 다삼바체 미 받아 이제 체미 봐 이제 좀 먹으래
So we receive different instructions from many spiritual teachers, and of course they will explain to you a certain path according to their own lineage, and in that context they will also point out the special qualities of that path, and so there is of course nothing wrong with that when it remains within that context. So for example, if you're practicing Dzogchen, then in that context of Dzogchen teachings, many qualities of that path are being explained so that we recognize them and we can follow them. And then if you follow a different path like Mahamudra, then the explanations, the introductions on how to practice the path might be slightly different. But so basically there is different methods for practice, and there is no real contradiction even though they are slightly different. It is just that some have a tendency to practice Dzogchen and some Mahamudra and so on. So on the level of the path, there are slight differences, but there is no difference on the basis, the ground. The basis of Buddhas and sentient beings is a single one. There are slight differences on the path, and again, when we come to the result, again, there is no difference. So even though we have different methods on the path, they cannot lead to different results. That would not be in accordance with the Buddha's teachings. There has to be one result. So the Buddha himself had said in the sutras that if I've taught the Dharma in many different ways, using many different words, and if you meditate on, if you practice the true meaning of one of those teachings, you are practicing them all. So that's the whole point. In brief, ultimately, the result to achieve is to realize non-dual primordial wisdom. That dualistic consciousness has to transform into primordial wisdom, or the ultimate view, we need to recognize the nature of the mind and that there is no duality. And on that level of the result, there is no difference. There is not one is better and one is worse. So on the path, how we get there, there might be some variations. People meditate, other people study and read books and so on. But ultimately, we come to the same result. So the basis and the result are the same. And so then you can listen to any instruction of any spiritual teacher, also understanding that while you practice your own practice, what all Buddhist teachers say ultimately is really the same. So you have to be very skillful with yourself to really recognize that crucial point. And now understand that if you become biased and you cling to the truth, the validity of your own path, and you criticize others for being wrong, in the end, it is only you who accumulates negative karma by doing that. And that is the mistaken path. Then you will not find the genuine Mother Goddess or the genuine path. So of the different kinds of fixation or grasping, ultimately the ultimate grasping is dualistic grasping. And the worst kind of dualistic grasping is to have negative thoughts about others, to think this is bad. So that is this harmful thought. So we have covetousness or desire, attachment, which is attachment to one's own side. And then we have harmful thought, which is a negative thought, an aversion against other. And that refers to anything, whether it is between different religions or within Buddhism and so on. What we need to recognize is the fault in the aversion, the negative thought in our own mind. That fault we need to recognize, rather than the faults of any other religion or tradition. So we need to recognize the fault of that and the quality, the preciousness of love, because that is this genuine Mother Goddess. True essence of Tara, genuine Tara, is immeasurable love and compassion.
똑바로 한게 셈지. 아직 같이 보는데 얘네들이 똑바로 한게 셈지나. 아따 셈지 내려온 떨어지는 데입니다. 온다고 대바시바 세고 내려버리래. 그래서 똑바로 동강이지나. 매건 통야메 제일 자티야메 아니 자티야메 매건 통야메 semkati teneatri sendanga tongadri dan tongkiba yomari ishap yubina song toyame mantoyame kanan toya semtira nakana ki chu semta semkarido chukyangdo nakado ay matong sabu yore semami toya yomari 책에 요야베 아니 책이 요데 요거는들이 나왔다고 가도 예 나서 막 잘라야요 말이야. 우리 같이 배웠다면 탑재게 하고 송내로 방법 강의 송 아주 가다도 타박하던 거 송내로 들이 딱지는 영향 딱딱히 한 거예요. 그래야요 말이야. 이 책을 다 똑같이 나와서 봤다 또 그래서 이렇게 바꿔주려 맞지 그래서 말이 거는 어디 쪽에 샘피다 뭐는 같이 나오 오야 다 정말 나오냐 봐도 그래서 나오냐 봐도 저 나오냐 봐도 저 나오냐 봐 통보도 진짜 통보도 말 제일 나오냐 봐도 막 통보들이 저는 샘피시야 이 말이 나도 통보를 나가도다 이거 남 공들은 나가는 것도 딱 지던지 나가도 잘 맞아버려 이쪽에 남들은 아참 나 톱송에서 뭐지 자와를 토배하면 되지. 뭐니 토배하면 되지. 오나 시랑 나 장 가리스는 데 용이. 마 주요한 거지. 오, 이 요마이 미들이 요들이 요마들 미들아 같이 자산래 그 로라 산지가 무장 로버를 좀 로라 인스티니다고 레병을 예 그래서 통사 통사 마다 통지 신 이메에 하장 통과 또가와 하장 또 갖고 될 똑바로라는 센스.
Then on the next page begins with the nature of mind that is so difficult to realize. So that's a very important line here too. So the nature of the mind is the ultimate truth. Why is it so difficult to realize it? We can't see it with our eyes. We can't hear it or think of it. We can't talk about it even. No matter how much you try to find it, when you look at your mind, all there is a space like nature. There's nothing there. There's nothing to be seen. In the Heart Sutra, it says, there's nothing to be seen, but also it is not that there is nothing to be seen. So there's it's beyond seeing and not seeing. So it's not that there is nothing there, but it's also not that there is something there. So when you look at your mind, it is just like space. So look at your mind. What do you see? Nothing. It's like space. But you think, I don't see anything. It's like space. I can't see anything. So there is this knowing here that it's like space. So it's something that we can't see with our eyes. It's not a thing. And also we cannot really express it in words. Because if we were to express it in words, we would have to speak of it in terms of something, and like we have to use an affirming or negating way. There's no other way to say anything. So if we speak of it in terms of that it is like that, it's this or that, then it's nothing. It's like space. How can you describe it? There is no shape or color and so on. You can't describe it at all. And so then some people come to an understanding of the mind through more like a logical analysis, and then so they analyze where does it really come from, and where is it now, and where will it go to. And finally they conclude that it cannot be found. So ultimately what we need to realize is this concept. We need to see this concept of I, of what that really is. One time a Drupa Kagyu Lama met his disciple, and the disciple requested pointing out instruction to the nature of the mind. So then the Lama said, okay, if you want to receive these instructions, first you have to give me your eye. Find it first. Where is it? Can you see it? And the student said, I can't see it. There's nothing there. What eye? There's no eye. So then the teacher said, well, if you can't find it, then I can't give you the instructions. So go home and look for the eye, and when you find it, come back to receive instructions. So then he went home, and all night long he looked for the eye over and over again, but he just couldn't find it at all. And the next morning he returned anyways, and then the teacher asked him, so did you find the eye? And he said, Rinpoche, I really can't find it at all. It really is nowhere. And then the teacher said, so what are you doing here then? And the student said, well, Rinpoche, I still come here to receive Dharma teachings. And then the teacher said, there it is, I came here to receive Dharma teachings. So there it is. So when you think it's there, then again it's gone. But then you can't say it's not there because it arises momentarily. And that's what the Buddha meant when he said beings are obscured by these adventitious or momentary stains. It's momentary. It arises due to a certain condition that triggers it, and there it is, and then it goes away again. So it is because what is to be seen and the seer are non-dual. That is why it's so difficult to see the nature of the mind. That is why it is so hard to realize to the actual nature of the mind. And so regarding this grasping at I, this thought of I, there are many introductions, many teachings on that. But basically, it is something that we cannot see. When we are introduced to the view of Mahamudra or Dzogchen, then first we need to recognize the thoughts arising in the mind. So first there is this endless chain of thoughts constantly arising in our mind. And then there's also an awareness that experiences those thoughts, that recognizes those thoughts. There's this thought and that thought, and the thoughts come and go. But then there is something that always stays and that experiences everything that presents itself to it. And that clear awareness is what you have to look at. When you try to find this I, you can't find it. When you look at the mind, you see an endless chain of thoughts arising, just like dust motes in the sun, in a sun ray. And still, there is just this one awareness that experiences it all and that always remains. It's always there, it's always going to be there. And that awareness is who experiences all of these feelings of happiness and suffering and so forth. So it's the one that experiences everything that comes up. And that one needs to be analyzed. And when you look at that one, you just look at that one, and then there will be a time when thinking just stops and no other thought arises. And when you then abide within this space between those thoughts, when there is no thought, then that mind, this awareness, is experienced as naturally empty. And in this empty moment, then clear awareness is recognized. So that is, the mind is completely empty. There is no thought in the mind. And the awareness knows that. It experiences, there's an experience of a thought-free state. And that experience is completely empty. So there is this experience of complete vast emptiness that arises then. And the outer example is like the expanse of space. And so then you keep observing this mind that is without thought. And then you only look at that. You only look at the clear awareness that is experiencing whatever arises, the thought-free state. Just look at its essence. And its essence is empty, like space. But it is also naturally clear. So even though it is empty, it is also clearly aware. It knows. So there's this experience of there's consciousness that experiences. It's there, but it's empty. And that is what we call this unity of clarity and emptiness. It's that clear awareness. So if you understand it in this way, then maybe the nature of the mind is understood in a much easier.
Tata, Chin Ramzong Shiba, Tong Kangri. Oh, ye, Jo Kangli Mazong. In Kangli, much, Jo Kangli, Akomari. Ramzong, but a safe in Namkada Ramzong. Nansemi Ramzong. Then your Ramzong is the Sanjay of me, Tatita, Chin Ramzong. Ji Yang Tanya Tila, Ramzong, the Yunbu, Takita, walk Takita, only of my Lagi Shibasa wanted. Shibasa wanted Sanjay days, oh, Lamayan day, Bena, Sanjay days, the Roma days, the Tajachimbo. The people that they are something take a decade, she have the Tara, Japan Museum. They charge or take a lot of the manner what is doing. Sala Karina, she was out of me, but not some lot of some lot of those. Non simple to go on a non simple give out and make it not all. Don't have someone not always. They and they have very territory, the realities of Guacham, something that would Jaya, Auntie, she was out there, Taxim, that would have the charge of it, not all, Tommy, but not all, just a palm marshal, not all Kati, Shana Haku, the Shiba, so day, Yana, not all to call certain Swana, shut up, not all, do one me at our home. Yellow quality, Kosho Church and over it. Not shutting it down, the Banagat in our hot tower. They easily, not so much similar to the Mapoa, just one shower, Dandi, Marpazi, Fugitive Marpa, some Hatan, Delta, no dark charge, now Yamade. The tea won our Yabadi, you were there. You feel lost start forming. Now, nobody, what chocolate on your daughter, only teachers and so it just out of over. Gente più longa di sabato mi lo conti, sabato on the tritesa, le lavoro con le
In the next line, it speaks of the non-dual mind, or this the self-arisen mind, and so this which is towards the end of the next line, self-arisen mind. So that is self-arisen means that it has not arisen from causes, and it can therefore also not be destroyed by conditions. And that is like space. Space does not arise and can't be destroyed. That is the nature of the mind, the unborn or self-arisen nature of the mind. And so that is that unborn nature of the mind you need to habituate for a long time. In terms of habituating it and analyzing it, it is not a conceptual analysis. When we begin to try to understand it intellectually, again, we can't see it. We only need to sustain this clear awareness, knowing that this clear awareness, that is the Buddha, that is the Lama, that is Tara. That clear awareness is most precious. It is that clear awareness that is the one who brings all benefit and happiness. So first, regard this clear awareness as really most precious, because that awareness shows you unmistakably what to do and what not to do. If you have clear awareness, no matter what you do, you will know the right thing to do. If the mind is unclear, no matter what you do, you will make mistakes. And so that clear awareness, first of all, recognizes, it discerns the virtues from the non-virtuous thoughts arising in the mind. It clearly knows what arises. It knows that thinking, grasping, leads to suffering. It knows, it understands karma, and it holds on to love and compassion. So this awareness, that has to be considered, treated as most important. So that is what we need to uphold. And upholding awareness then allows us to not follow meaningless thoughts. And then if you don't follow thoughts, then no matter how many thoughts arise, if you don't follow them, then they will subside on their own, just like a wave on water. And then as you habituate to that, eventually, even though thoughts arise, they will not affect you at all anymore. And so then the power of awareness, of wisdom, really increases, and you attain freedom of mind. No thought, no feeling, nothing can affect you or harm you in any way. And so for that, we need to sustain immeasurable love. What prevents us really from seeing the nature of mind is our doubts about it. And these arise due to self-grasping. We mentioned before, also last week's teachings, that that's the co-emergent ignorance, that belief in the existence of an I, a self, this thought of I, of me. That is what obscures our view to the nature of the mind. And the antidote is the altruistic mind. If you do not cultivate that, then this habitual thinking of I will continue to obscure the mind, and you can't see it. So the empty mind must be infused with compassion, with great compassion. And that must be brought into your everyday life, in whatever you do. In whatever you do, with awareness, you habituate to, you uphold immeasurable love and compassion. If you do that, then the whole path will become much easier.
Yo such body, dodo is. Then nang sem na perta, takitama, arang sem dero, the talk on all. So for water or is. Konyu mobang to watch is. Something on to watch it, 70. Simply thing with some comes from simply something. They don't get to body, they are to watch your body, don't to watch your countdown, got to some of them. Some of them want to buy the title, want to have a child with it. It many daji email Sahakona. Pitaya, Lunga Savakatani Hakuti, Mari, Goram Tanki. Derata Saba Semitan Verona, Ringminate or Dati me by Charlie, Dati me by Charlie, 3, church on political 3, Jesus Kale, Kale Town, subject 3, Chatang to Bakale, Shak. Then Tatok the link is a marathon. You buy it out of the way. That's the mother, but the Guatam is that you never have one. No other thing, Sabasemi Magona. I got to do my couple of it.
So then there's the non-dual mind. So first, you have understood that the mind is self-arisen. So it cannot be given a name and so forth. It has not arisen from anywhere. We have understood that. And then that mind is also non-dual. So for that, you look at two people, for example, how they are inseparable. You look at their bodies, you look at their mind. When you look at their bodies, on the outer level, it seems that there are two separate bodies. But actually, they are not really separate, really. Because, for example, if you have two chunks of earth, it's the same. There's just two chunks of earth, but it's both earth. So ultimately, it could be one, two. It's actually the same. So the bodies are also not really separate, actually. And then when you look at the mind, at the inner mind, if you have some understanding of the nature of the mind, then you know that other person's afflictions and my own are exactly the same. Our feelings of love are exactly the same. The feelings of happiness and suffering of all sentient beings in the three realms of samsara are the same. Our wish to be happy is the same. Our wish not to suffer is the same. So actually, no matter how we think about it, we always conclude that we are the same. There is no difference at all. And so then you begin to understand, actually, self and other are inseparable. And so we can understand that through such thinking. But then how we really experience that is when in our daily conduct, in our activities, we develop a mind of immeasurable love. Because then self-grasping, and only then self-grasping will diminish. When we develop love, the mind becomes like warm water, and slowly the ice block is melting. So as we develop love and loving kindness, and gradually those thoughts of attachment and aversion will get lesser and lesser. And then ultimately, as a result of that, one realizes actual non-duality. One really arrives at a certainty, a real understanding, a realization. And until that is achieved, we have an understanding that things and everything is non-dual. We know that, but it's only an understanding. In order to experience it, we need to cultivate immeasurable love. If we do not cultivate immeasurable love, it will be close to impossible to experience non-duality.
Sambakemi Yule Jena, Betty Yore, Hangzile. So Sakangana Rona, they got the Charon the church in Yam the look yongre. Oh, Charon the church in over Chipari. The Santos of Yule Machi Bakanda and the Charon Tower is, the church is. Santos of Yule, the Giduba, Zuba Yore, Jeva Yore, the church over it. The Tekari Charon to the short over it. They don't watch Hanatini. The Kale Tama. Da de infinite horror, infinite Sabbath chevron, the 3, Dagin in Mevaranti, Chow Yore, the kitchen for your head.
So when we cultivate immeasurable love, for example, you go to a restaurant, sometimes you get ice water, you have a glass of water, and then there's ice in there. And the essence is the same. The nature of the ice cubes and the water is the same. And so someone who has not cultivated bodhicitta, measurable love, is like this ice cube. And it's also water. And then someone who has cultivated bodhicitta, a sangha, someone who possesses love and patience, is like the water in the cup. So slowly it will melt the ice block. So this is also one way of understanding it. So slowly, as we cultivate an altruistic mind, self-grasping diminishes further and further, and altruism increases, and eventually we will realize the non-dual nature of self and other just naturally. So that's very important.
gombodo che c'era che c'è fatto ma posso ma che c'è lo sa lo sta fatto c'è che viene solo che da c'è va ci lo sa lo torna la mia la vada la ratto sempre da baio che c'è che la lo dice che la va metà di giorno como ba vamos a pasar a roba lo mano mazo de que tiene yo por donde otro sabe con yo hacen tu gango todo de ver todo lo yo lo de eso no va a tener tu che ya son me voy yo a que las cosas de da que no ta ba tu de no so y que no no para canan sí no son 책들이 이손은 님이 이 신앙도 마시면서 이 차대요. 이거 마치 로아를 쫓아대요. 감성 렉쪽에 대방고 차대요. 님이와 신의 대상께서니 잠시 니와 말이 되겠어요. 이제 이제 님이와 하고서 이 실적으로 그러지. 이시기 맞아 강에 되는 데다 자와 섬지 실용의 즉 이시자 주거다 예상치를 고쳐 봐 사지 주거 이시 대로 고쳐 봐리 이시디 만가리데 내가 남카드 맨리 남카드 예리 요리 호만의 요리 아들 타마야 요리 가버리도 차서랑 아파도 요리 때문에 예네 요배 예시사 싫어해지.
And Dharma friends, this morning we were talking about the self-arisen non-dual mind. So self-arisen and non-dual is that, so first we need to understand the self-arisen nature, and next we understand the non-dual nature of the mind. And it is because we, first of all, do not understand, because we do not know that the mind is self-arisen, that is why we perceive a duality. And that multiplies and then it expands. Then we have the 6 realms, samsara, or the 3 planes of samsaric existence, and so forth. And so ultimately, there is only a single basis. There is no duality. And realizing that is called realizing the non-dual primordial wisdom. So what is that primordial wisdom? It is said that within that state of primordial wisdom, all the Buddhas are one. So we give it different names. We call it primordial wisdom or the Dharmakaya or the Buddha. All of these actually have the same essence. They're the same. And what this primordial wisdom here refers to is space, the space-like nature of mind. And primordial because it has been there since primordial times, since beginningless times. It has always been there, and it's there now, and it will always be there. It is unending. Even if the world comes to an end, it still is there. It never ceases to be. So it is referred to as primordial because it has always been there since beginningless times, and wisdom because it knows all things. It is omniscient.
얘네 요게 예시사 탐치 시비 시시사 아니 사지 아로나 사적 생각 로라 상제도 그래 사제도 사제 것은 그 용디 나 그런 라도를 추구 자사 탐네 나파다 사제 탐제 쳤다면 탈이돼 봐 대로 그래 인도는 들이 롱거다 쪼거거들이 로라도 냥도 들지 못해요 내가 지금 요래 사제 용디 탐치 공식이 요리지 아 이메바 시송들이 사제 용디 하공 요래지.
So it has been there. It is primordial because it has been there since the very beginning, and it is wisdom because it is all-knowing. And so then, if this awareness, one's consciousness, then gives rise to bodhichitta, then one attains the state of Buddhahood, enlightenment. And then one attains the qualities of the three kayas. For one's own benefit, one attains the kingdom of the Dharmakaya, which is like space. And then within that space, one remains in a state that is neither singular nor separate from all the other Buddhas. It's such a state of oneness. And then for the sake of others, one manifests the Sambhogakayas and the Nirmanakayas, who then appear in the 6 realms of samsara, together with all the other sentient beings, and they play with those beings and they engage in activities and they help them and so on. But all of this is done by the Buddha. And so basically, when you understand this non-dual nature, the basis, the natural state, then you have understood the qualities of a Buddha.
그래서 산지가 탐지 집이 이시이더라 탐지 가르쳐 제거를 했잖아 산지 습지 님에와 하고는 이 습지를 내랑 복차 등에서 제바 대양 친게 요래 그래서 봐 산지 거당신 하고 그거 봐 대양 사적 속으로 용디 습지 섭지 상계는 용디도 나와요 봐 그래서 랑탐지 산지가 송 거요 송면이 들이 많고 등에서 야다가 사제를 거다지 간 고대 이게 내려오게 사제 탐지 집에 쏜 거요래 가슴치는 그때 사제 탐지 집이 시대 조고 사제 진빈 세면 총소 진빈 사쪽 선다고 소나들이 다이님으로 동도 사제 남지 시양 대가랑 그 집에 동대 님을 하고 애들이 다 고대 이가 친구요래.
So we say that the Buddhas, they possess this omniscient, this all-knowing wisdom. And so what is it that they know? The Buddhas know that all beings, Buddhas and sentient beings, are inseparable, non-dual. And they also know that they know of the temporary sufferings of sentient beings. They know of their individual karmas and karmic perceptions and habitual tendencies and all of their suffering. And they also know that the Pure Lands are a manifestation of the mind of bodhichitta, and that when one attains enlightenment, then these qualities manifest. And so the Buddha had realized, seen all of that, and based on that, he taught the path. So he realized how things are. He knew of the suffering of sentient beings, and also he knew the nature of the Pure Lands, nirvana. The Buddha knows the entirety of existence, samsara and nirvana. So having realized how things are, then the Buddha taught, and that is now the Buddha's words, the Buddha's teachings. So the omniscient Buddha, it is said, the perfect Buddhas arise from the altruistic mind, the mind of bodhichitta. When you give rise to bodhichitta, ultimately you realize the non-duality of self and other. And actually that itself is already the omniscient primordial wisdom of the Buddha. So basically what the Buddha knows is non-duality. He knows all of samsara and nirvana.
Something the ngao jawa de toma pakcha ten ji de ke barati soro le yarta yuta ti nama bena rang khoyok de cha yong go de ko toma la pakcha ti ten de ba de da do an kho de cha yo le ele kho de le kare ko sawa samata na fi de she yo le shiki shiwa sa de rang le da yin de chi ba ngao ne ba de ni de la ti ni 다 내적 제고스 안 잡을리고 미사마다 나는 팀이 받아 진짜 다 보고는 참 콜콜 보고라 아 콜로리 아니 말이 다 잘만 미소요리 때문에 다리 같이 리체미 같이 고래 다 잘만 미소지 않고 배 바탕 저런 미소를 같이 왔단 거리 근데 제가 봤단 그래서 님친 밤이 그들이 설령 코고로래지 난 생명되기도 땅한테 빠뜨려서 마음과들이 다당한테 되고 딸까지 계속 소화 차와 담게지 납기적이 시효를 다다 쉽게 시바지 빠르더라 따뜻다 내가 납기다요래 다 이시다야요 말이 납기 가게 차성되나 나 오는 봐나 이지 나요 별기도 시대 나진이 차 들이 데려다 다진이 봤다 차당도 관람을 해요. 무엇은 심하더니 저로부터 저택다 송아지 저로 칠 그래. 저로 차들 전 저로 치고 차도 그래. 내가 있지. 공부가 심하지. 다난 코와도 접했다. 내가지 딱 보건소는 희바들이 시골에 쉽게 희바들라는 게 얘들이 이제들이 다 보장하는 말 봐서 신축은 말 봐더니 내롭게 맞아봐. 내가 나오냐 봐. 그다가 말봐. 다지니 대해서 고상하나 하정 핑거리 대표다 고상하는 게 어쩌고 그래. 대하고 난좀 싶어미 리서는 매연이 다 되던 거고요. 이 유모 버터블에 왕 것들이 이라는 소리 다양 되는 거고 어쩌고요. 동네게 뭐라 딱지데 가리 subject-ma, nyamobatra-ma, lesa, pakcha-cha, pakcha-cha-sayam-tere, tuvi-kolo-kolo-ma, 어때 많고 쉽게 시바되다 시바되가 나는데 싸워는 되니까 다다 나오나 봐대 요미리 맞고 사실 이메와 하고서 내가 당시 하고 요리 심지게 이 차네더니 라는 고역대 맞아 이제다 하고 말이지 저거 하고서 왜 말이 그렇게 생긴지 내가 차오르 나오면 사통 차오르데 우리 새끼 말이지 오 이제리 사제인 것이 용기나 되네 이제리 생광 라기 그런 차오르 거라기 쳐야 봐 데레티네 사통들에다 박차 데지서 박차지 상산을 납치 차오차를 쳐줘야 요래 제가 와 사통 성기서 사제만 받았다고 말해서 그때 생긴 너무 상제이 있어 사통 상제 인정들 로버들이 답당해 다 상제 그러 생긴 상제 납치 차래요 이제 다카르스 말을 했잖아 지나좀 이미 실라스 니스도 박차지 나 코르세 기다지 니스도 니디 박차 이제 정보다 나오냐 봐. 내가 이제 원래 왜 도핑이 니우나. 내가 알았어. 공부했어. 문의를 가가랬어. 이제는 다 나서서 대화된 거랑 대화 탑도 지는 거래. 대회들이 대답을 있어도 박차죠. 저다 세장 동안 하서.
Yesterday during the empowerment, we spoke about that already somewhat. And so now, how has samsara really come into existence? Why is there samsara? It is because of this belief that there is an I, this thought, I, me. And in empowerment we said, and then there is this stain, this defilement, thinking, this I, and then due to that we form habitual imprints in the mind, and then we reinforce them by grasping at the reality of those imprints. And so that has created samsara. So that defilement, this stain, is this thought of me, I. And this is what makes one, creates this perception of being this separate, solid individual. And due to this concept of there being an I and me, we perceiving ourselves as separate from our environment, we identify with our environment. We think that this is like, everything is, what is around me is somehow related to that I, like the place where I'm from, what I own, and mainly it's my body. We identify with the body. So we think that this is me. So that is that initial defilement, this stain. And this is then how the perception of the outer environment and the objects that we encounter then come into existence. It is because of believing that there is this separately existing I. So first there is that, and then we habituate to that, we form habitual patterns, and we keep fixating on that, and that is what creates samsara. So what is it actually that wanders in samsara? No, it is the consciousness that engages in the various activities in this world, in samsara. And that consciousness itself that identifies as being the I, that itself is that clear awareness actually. That itself is the Buddha actually. The only difference is that we perceive a duality of self and other. So you think that I need to do this and that and so on. And then day and night constantly, like a turning wheel, each and every day we engage in our mundane activities. We run after those worldly affairs. And the whole week we work, and maybe on Sunday we have rest day. But then still, since everything else kind of gets backed up, then even Sunday we don't really rest. So actually continuously, all the time, we're doing something, and we are striving and we are working. And so it is actually the body that is doing that. So it's really the body that is going around in circles like that. So you're making plans and you're thinking, in the past, you remember the past, this is what I did in the past, and that's what I'm doing now, and that's what I'm going to do in the future, and so forth. There's these subtle thoughts and feelings always arising in the mind. And the consciousness experiences them all. It's always there, experiencing whatever arises, whatever presents itself to it. But the awareness always remains the same, whether one is a Buddha or a sentient being. It is just as a sentient being, we perceive a duality. That's the only difference. So first we see a self, and then we see other, and so that creates the fixation to a self-other duality. And because of that perception, we develop many thoughts of attachment and aversion and so forth. And then we believe in the reality of whatever we see, whatever appears. We label it with our own concepts and so on. And in this way, the ice block is growing bigger and bigger. So once the ice has frozen, once you have an ice block, as you keep adding little drops of water on it, it just keeps growing into a bigger and bigger ice block. And so that is what we call now samsara. So all of these activities that we engage in samsara are performed by the same awareness, that clear awareness. It's the one that experiences everything. In the Samantabhadra prayer, for example, that is referred to as the state of ignorance is referred to as the co-emergent ignorance. And that means we have a fundamental misunderstanding of our true nature. So we think that this consciousness is I, and that's the mistake. And then from that leads to the second kind of ignorance called the imputed ignorance. And so then because we see a self, then we also impute existence upon others. So then we create this idea of there being other. Actually, the Samantabhadra prayer and this text also are really connected to each other, are related. Also, the Samantabhadra prayer is extremely beneficial when it comes to understanding this point of the non-duality. And so, in any case, now we are human beings, and day and night we go around in circles for now in this human world. And then, depending on what afflictive emotion is predominant through the force of karma, then after this life we take birth somewhere else. Maybe next life we take birth as a hungry spirit, and then we go around in that kind of world. And what goes around, what circles around, is really those stains, which are our afflictive emotions. Because we are afflicted, we accumulate karma and habitual tendencies. And these imprints, these habitual tendencies, then like a TV, like a movie on TV, on a TV screen, is then projected back to us. So then we really experience our own self-projections. And it is still that same clear awareness that experiences everything that arises itself. So right now it believes that it is this I, this me. And the Buddhas have realized that there is no I, non-duality. And realizing that, the Buddhas have naturally understood everything. And so it is because sentient beings believe in a duality. They perceive everything in a dualistic way, themselves as separate individuals. That is why all they can see is their surrounding, whatever surrounds this entity, this individual. They cannot see everything. But because the Buddhas have transcended this dualistic view, they do not just see their environment, but everything. That is why the Buddhas see the nature of everything. And sentient beings themselves are not really sentient beings, actually. It's like an ice block. An ice block is just temporary ice. It really is water. So there are no real sentient beings. Their true nature is also Buddha. Like it is like ice that can be melted into water. It really is actually water. So ultimately, when all of these karmic defilements and habitual imprints and so forth have become purified, it is like the weather is getting warm and the ice block is melting into water. And all beings then come to their natural state, which is Buddha actually. And that's why the Buddha said, all beings are actually Buddhas. So ultimately, there are only Buddhas. There are really no sentient beings that really inherently exist. And so also the consciousness of sentient beings is by nature actually just that. And so here it says, Please protect those who are bound, no matter what they do, by habitual dualistic grasping at concepts in the mind that is self-arisen, non-dual primordial wisdom. So these habitual dualistic grasping at concepts, that is those imprints, habitual patterns, that begins with me, and then we create the concept of other, and so forth. Then you have two friends, for example, and you firmly believe that that's me and that's the other person, that's him. We are separate individuals, and I want to be happy, and therefore I do anything necessary to achieve that. So that is what happens to sentient beings due to these habitual tendencies of dualistic grasping. So no matter what they do, they're bound no matter what they do. So that is when one has not realized the nature of mind, then no matter what one does, one is bound. One is bound by these ordinary, unrecognized or unrestrained thoughts that arise. So you think that I'm real, I'm a real person, this is my life, this is what I do, and it's just me doing this, and it's up to me now to create happiness and well-being or to avoid suffering. So we think we have it all under control, it's all in our hands. So this is when somebody doesn't understand the nature of the mind, then these ordinary thoughts arise completely unrestrained. And then there's others who possess some wisdom, they enter the Dharma and have an understanding of the twofold truth, they have an understanding of karma. They understand that if they encounter suffering, it is the result of actions committed by one's own afflictive emotions. So it is one's own karma. Oneself is responsible for it. And so even though it is an actual experience of suffering, if you understand that this is my karma, then actually the suffering experience is much less intense, and also you are able to accept the suffering. You will be able to patiently endure it. And otherwise, if you don't understand that, you will not have the patience to endure the difficulty. For example, even if we have entered the Dharma and we practice, for example, we practice the deity and recite the mantra, actually we always hear that all Dharma is the same, but then still we make differences. We say that there's a difference between Dzogchen and Mahamudra, for example. And that's also dualistic grasping. Or we make differences between lamas, for example. That is also due to dualistic grasping. So these subtle forms of dualistic grasping arise in our mind all the time, really.
아무것도 센터 찍고요. 나요, 지요. 까비 세상랑 오르지요. 이 설사와 동마랑이 이 세상으로 따왜 시소. 그때 이제 따라다 유몽나지 시가라. 맹딱그 동자 매직가 그래서 나사야죠. 네. 어제 시적이 발랐더니 어떻게 제 공지. 그래서 제 공지 이거 뭐 제체에 받지 그래. 제체에 가서 공나요. 이게 거지. 내가 이거 받아도 현장을 해. 시합에 매다가 앞으로는 매용을 해야 나보다 유몽 동에 가서 가실랬나요? 그런 정도로 유몽도 동아도 저기 저거 해서 유몽이 시에서 내일 오는 거래. 대형이다. 전체배가 요람니. 그럼 서로 오는 거래. 거자도 주고 많이 가.
In terms of habituating, so habituating is how we practice. And there is, in terms of practice, there is three kinds of individuals, three kinds of practitioners. The first one is a beginning practitioner, and they first enter the path of individual liberation or the pratimoksha path. And here they first need to recognize the fault of the afflictive emotions and reflect upon how the afflictions lead to suffering. So here they actually abandon the afflictive emotions. And then the second kind is the bodhisattva kind. And on that level, we are transforming the afflictions with love. When there is love, then naturally there is no perception of enemies and friends and so on. So love naturally transforms all the afflictions. When there is love, there is just no real place for afflictions, really. And then in terms of seeing, seeing the nature of mind here, seeing refers to the ultimate truth. So someone, the third kind of individual, someone who understands the non-dual nature of self and other, they recognize the thoughts and afflictions the very moment they arise. For example, anger. Anger arises. When anger arises in their mind, and so it arises in the mind of a being who has no dualistic view. So when anger arises in such a mind, then the object that would cause that anger to arise does not actually appear to the mind of that individual, that practitioner. So the object of anger does not occur. Only there is this feeling of anger arising. And the very moment it arises, it is seen with clear awareness. And in that way, it is recognized as primordial wisdom. So we call that afflictions transforming into primordial wisdom. So we mentioned that a lot, so we won't go into that in more detail here. But just to take one example of anger. So first anger arises. Then you already know that self and other are inseparable. So all you see is just this feeling of anger arising. You just experience this wave of anger arising within you. And that is all you look at. There is no duality. So there is no self that is being angry. There is no other that you're angry at. So you're only looking at the very essence of that feeling of anger. And when you see it, what you see is a state of complete clarity. It is brilliantly clear. And that is why we call it the mirror-like wisdom. Anger really is actually the mirror-like wisdom. And so in a similar way, the 5 afflictive emotions, when they are transformed into the 5 wisdoms, they are each given different names. But ultimately, they are all the same. It's like having one mass of fire and 5 pieces of wood that you throw in, but in the end, it all becomes fire. It's the same fire. So the basis of liberation, which is wisdom, awareness, is one and the same. And it is that awareness that we need to habituate. And then even though we habituate to it, afflictions still arise all the time. But then, from that perspective, no matter how many afflictions arise, they actually become then an enhancement, a support to one's practice. So we have said the afflictive emotions are like wood, and awareness, clear awareness, is like fire. If you have fire in the stove, then no matter how much wood there is, it all turns into fire. So no matter how many thoughts or what kind of emotion or what kind of suffering arises, it all becomes fire. It all becomes awareness. And so it is said, for this reason, when you realize that, then the 5 poisons, the 5 afflictions, actually become a blissful ocean of nectar, like an ocean of blissful nectar. And so that is what we need to habituate. And habituate here means, habituation refers to the actual practice that we do in our daily life, in our daily conduct. So it is not just limited to our formal meditation session.
Era rangen jin seda da yin yin din to por tin rangen jin sem da cha do ge ni chu de ji di jawa kang le kang jie dang pa de le ni zang mo do do le ya ni yin de ji cha do wang ge jawa de ni no ge zang mo jo yo ma no ge ba jo do yo de ta to ge ba de ni ji tin de ya ma chu ba ni che sa ma de na me 사제 공방 파쇼라지 다다 람데 냉이 비절 용요래 리타다 이 고롱 이바게 기와트나 다체 sabje서 랑 비절 용요래 네갑 현실 sabje는 좀 봐. 차도다 배신을 때에 다톡 이제 스말이야 되니까 냉이 연구요래 때라 기와테 소랑테 야다바 마지나 리쿠바이나 요다마다 랑글로 좀 한거요래 너는 고롱된다 봤다 그래 고롱 넘버마다 사와상치 레버기반 연구요래서 그래들이 대라 사람에게 용하라 오늘 신의 인생 차도고 콜라 마셔 따따따 아니 비슷해 다고 그때는 이왕도 손은 그들이 영점을 한번 잡아서고 인생 차도 막고 다마도 세례가 죽받치 줬어요 난 세들하고 한테 봐라 영점을 한번 잡아서 따서 비슷해 되는 라그 세들 라그 캐는 요가자 이 캐는 요가요 말이 영점을 한번 잡아서 갑자기 요문 거 됐다고 지 요아들아가 하고 주식하고 주식 대접이 그 말이지 됐다 문제 내지 그 말이야 되는 뭐 시합을 보려요 좀 진짜로 잡아서 얘는 가지나다 사도 노와도 요것을 나타 주식 되고 이제 그 말이 그 말이 인고요 그래서 주식 속체는 거 이제 그 막 무슨 거 하고 더고요 생명도 돈이 그 말 요리 때 강리는 주식이 그 말이 해도 못
So it is now when our mind is competitive and there are very strong tendencies of dualistic grasping and we are jealous and so on, then whatever we do, whether we practice the dharma or we engage in mundane activities, even if it's on the outside, even if it looks like you're doing something good, in your mind, if your mind is controlled by jealousy and competitiveness and so forth, then the result will only be negative. There cannot be a positive result, even if nobody ever knows and it looks very good on the outside. If the mind is not pure, then the result will also be one of suffering. And so this is here, this we are lost in negative activities. And even in this life, as a result of having these negative states of mind and impure motivations, even in this life, we will find it hard to get along with people. And in future lives, let alone attaining enlightenment, one will not even find a body like this again. So it becomes the cause of taking on a more miserable, suffering kind of existence. And that is because of the negative motivation. So that is what makes us be lost in negative activities. So even if it looks virtuous, if the mind is not completely pure, then still it will lead to suffering. And temporarily, you won't get along with people, and you keep these emotions of jealousy and competitiveness in your mind. And then also beyond this life and future lifetimes, these negative tendencies will come to fruition. So even if one engages in virtuous activities that look like a great act of merit, if the motivation is not completely pure, even if you look like a Dharma practitioner, actually there are many stories about these kind of Dharma practitioners taking all sorts of negative birth in the future. And it all depends only on a pure or impure motivation. So this is this being lost in negative activities. And so for that, we have to take an honest look at our own mind. Am I being controlled by competitiveness and jealousy and so forth? And if you find I am, then we supplicate to the mindful Mother Goddess to protect us. So you recognize, oh, I'm really being competitive. I'm really being jealous. This is not a good motivation to have. So you recognize that. And even if the activity, no matter what you do, even if it's exactly the same, the outcome will not be the same depending on your motivation. And what's important, therefore, is not how things look on the outside, but how it looks from the inside. So you have to be, in a way, at peace with yourself, accepting of yourself. Whether other people acknowledge that or not doesn't really matter. But you have to take an honest look at yourself. Recognize when an afflictive emotion arises. There it is. There is an afflictive emotion. And the mindfulness that recognizes that is Tara. That's actually Tara. Because Tara's true nature is this discriminating awareness. And that has to be present, because otherwise we will become lost in all those negative activities with our negative intentions. So if you're mindful, you will immediately recognize that you are about to make a mistake, for example. And so you recognize this mindfulness, this is Tara. And then in this way, mindfulness will grow stronger and stronger. And in this way, you recognize how Tara actually is present within your own mind. So what we are introduced to here in this prayer actually is that Tara is nothing else but your own mindfulness. So it's within your own mind.
이시는 저런 거래 나도 연대를 tun시대 tun시 하마오는 납시대 예 참여하고 나 tun시 당시니가 어쩌고 막 하고서네 그래서 이 인기를 좀 하고 그래 그래서 매일 상대가 그것도 하고만 더 싸워 매 하고만 더 싸고 있대 하고만 더 싸고 있어봤대 이거 가지라 내가 지금 때리도 딱 봐도 그래도 싸나 진짜 과살 쪽으로 나 세트 내가 좀 거쪽을 했다는 시대 그 빠져 보더니 좀 하고는 되니까 마음보다 대신이 이시는 내는 거래.
So, mindful Mother Goddess, please protect those and so on. So this mindful Mother Goddess, that's your own mindfulness. And so that mind is difficult, it's so difficult to realize. But all it is your own consciousness. It is your awareness, your consciousness. That is this mindful Mother Goddess. So then you recognize that Tara is my own mind, my own mindfulness. And sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not there. Sometimes we are mindful, sometimes not. So therefore it is something that we have to habituate to at all times in all of our daily activities until we achieve a state of non-distraction. And at that point, we gain an actual experience of this self-arisen non-dual mind. And that experience of the non-dual mind then becomes primordial wisdom. So when mindfulness matures, it becomes primordial wisdom. And for that, we need to sustain a state of mindfulness all the time. So when there is a state of unmindfulness, when you don't recognize, then it is referred to as the discursive consciousness. And so we have to clearly understand this point. So do you really clearly understand that mindfulness and your consciousness have exactly the same nature? Because that's really important to understand. And in response, you might think that I don't understand. But actually, that thought, the one who thinks that, that is it. You think I don't understand, I don't know. That the one who thinks that, that's the awareness that you need to sustain, that you need to recognize. That's the one that experiences everything. And that is really all and nothing else. And because that is all and nothing else, we also call that a state of single-pointedness. So here a first understanding of single-pointedness arises. So it is just this awareness, this consciousness that is always there. And when that matures later on, then it matures or transforms into primordial wisdom.
양쪽에서 공통 이바들 다지 이메일 하고 그래. 다지 이메일 하고는 이게 다지 이메일 하고서 이제는 소리 성제 저기도 상계 톡 이미지라고 잡아서 이제 상승아 예수님의 시대는 양대 시대의 자론 조성 양쪽 과 차선 다 성에서 설명이 바동반 이유나 이래 거기에서 이래 바데 바 차선 남도 바치 바래 얘도 세속 가까이 나오는데 또 동바이 하고 루시비도 소위 시속왕 이거 가면서 거요 되나 좀 진짜게 와주시기 바래요. 상황을 대체 잡으라. 소송은 이메와 하고 강사되시 이 똑해 이 빠지게 나와 시험을 빠지지 않게 하고 이 생제도 잡고요. 또 이미지라면 이 생제 탐지 잡고요. 이거는 생각하면 생제에 발휘해서
So one's mindfulness and non-dual primordial wisdom and the goddess of non-dual mind, those three actually are really the same. So we have to really reflect on that again and again. Mindfulness. So mindfulness is like your mind is like the king, and then your body should be the servant, and then also the various thoughts in the mind are like your ministers, the ministers of the king. And so there's basically two kinds of ministers that you can have. One is the selfish minister, and that is the self of samsaric sentient beings. So in the mind of samsaric sentient beings, they have mindfulness, but they give all their power to the self. So the self is very powerful in the mind of samsaric sentient beings. And because everything is directed by the self, that leads to a lot of problems. Because whatever we do it mainly for ourselves, and that causes often a lot of harm towards others. And then again, in the end, that is one's own loss, actually. So the other kind of minister is the altruistic minister, and that's the better minister to have. And when that is on the basis, when you give control to that minister, then you will get along with everyone. You will be in harmony wherever you go, and so on. So in this world, all of the fighting and the wars and so on between people and in countries, it all arises because we always think about ourselves first. That's most important. And that is what causes all conflict. And so here we should recognize this mindfulness is Tara within your own mind. This mindful mother goddess, Tara, is connected to your own mind. So you all have this mindfulness, don't you? We all have mindfulness. And then that is the mindfulness you have to practice, habituate it again and again. And it is that mindfulness that will ultimately understand the non-duality of self and other. That mindfulness ultimately then, when you realize that, attains enlightenment. That mindfulness actually is Tara's mind. So that is the goddess of the non-dual mind. So when all dualistic grasping is cleared away, then non-dual primordial wisdom becomes manifest. We mention this again and again. It's like an ice block melting, merging to be one with the ocean water when one attains enlightenment. It is, or for example, you have two vases that are empty, which is like samsara, two vases. And when they break, then the inner emptiness of both vases becomes one. There is no more separation. So although it appears that on the outer level we have separate bodies, our mind in the end is empty. And that is what we are introduced to, for example, during the wisdom empowerment, or also in the context of Vajrayana, or the inscription, the Changchok ceremony for the deceased, where we want to protect sentient beings in the bardo. And so someone who performs this ritual, if that person has realized the view of non-duality, then because of that, they can easily protect sentient beings in the bardo, because their realization of non-duality pervades them, and then their views of duality also dissolves. And in that way, they are protected. And now when we realize that sentient beings and Tara, our own mind, our own mindfulness, are indivisible actually, we can understand how beings can be protected.
Dela Tawa Goba Chuba Sungre Nadon Drevatana Tata Sungri Ari Malari Besovar Seta Tari Chuba is Seta Tabotar Chugoris Oh Kari Oh Daji Nimeva Daji Niman Kode Nimeva the Tari Tatur Bena Tagong the Church to Paris, the Hakona, at the Tari Quarter Tatur.
And actually, this also explains the view, the meditation, and the conduct or the fruition. It also is explained by Milarepa. Milarepa said, the first thing that you need to resolve, realize, is the view. So what is the view? It is the view of non-duality, the inseparable nature of self and other, the inseparable nature of samsara and nirvana. It basically means you understand that ice is water. That is to resolve or come to a conclusion about the view.
Dela, the top mature partner, prison to our train to rolling to some of them. A seven email, Daji email, but go pension. Oh, I mean, Zogi is just to Paris. Father Toba Hakari, in a city. They have quality Tawa Tachos on it. Or 7 cents to Paris. The Tawa Tacho Paris.
And so until we have really arrived at a true understanding of the view, we ask each other questions and we discuss and we contemplate, we reflect on non-duality. For example, you reflect upon the non-duality between you and your friend. So then you reflect, we have two bodies, but the basis of our mind is actually one. We experience, we have different experiences due to various karmas and temporary conditions, but the mind, our mind is identical. There's not the slightest difference. And if you really understand that, then you have really reached an understanding, a true resolution on the view.
Now to Gombe Riba is Chadang Topa, Anchira, Niba, Tumi Hako, the Topa, horrible, Isabel, Zongi, Topa, the Shaton, to buy and go very. Now we need to top of it over dinner. Oh, now to Gombe Riba, not both similar to Mamba Java. They were Tumi Karina, the Toatilla, Majimba. That's how it's now to go very by over or is the now to go very by the judge, the not all Toa, the not on half corner. They looked at the Jana, Toa the part of Olori. Naka, they left in part of Naka, you must want to chocolate. Now to go very by it. It don't number touch it. You are saying, Tang Mamu. Kabaki was a tongue of captivity to teach you all your heads.
So this is something that we have to practice and habituate continuously. And first we have to understand the fault, the harm that is caused by those thoughts of attachment and aversion and so on. And then we understand the view of non-duality. And if that is sustained, then you will not allow your mind to become controlled by those negative thoughts and dualistic perceptions. So there will be no conflict. You will not act out or fight with someone and so on. So then you will be able to allow your mind to just settle naturally without pursuing whatever thought arises, without becoming attached to various experiences of pleasure and pain and so on. You just recognize that thoughts always come and go. When a thought arises or a certain feeling arises, you just recognize it, and then you see how it goes away, just like a cloud vanishing in the sky, and then again the sun emerges. So it's something that habituation is something that has to be done at all times, over and over again. You have to practice in every circumstance. For example, even if you're going to the toilet and pee, even then you have to habituate to mindfulness. Then in the 37 Bodhisattva practices, it says, that's verse number 36, whatever you do in any circumstance, you should look at the state of your mind. What is the state of my mind? So at all times, in whatever you do, you should sustain a state of mindfulness and conscientiousness. And that is actually the ultimate teaching of the Buddha when it comes to practice. It is to sustain mindfulness, conscientiousness. Conscientiousness here means that in all activities, no matter what you do, you're mindful of what you're doing. You're heedful, you're careful in everything that you do. In the path of individual liberation, for example, there is many different vows. There's like 253 vows and so on. There's so many vows, so the mind trains in this heedfulness or conscientiousness. It is something that you have to develop. For example, when you're eating and then you're cleaning up, making sure it's clean and so on, you do that because you're careful, you're mindful. And that needs to be habituated. And this carefulness or this heedfulness then really becomes mindfulness. And this mindfulness, that is the actual Tara, and that is what you should be confident in. So mindfulness is your own mind, and your own mind is the Dharmakaya great mother by nature. Mind itself primordially has the nature of the Buddha, is the Buddha. There is not the slightest difference between your own mindfulness and Tara's mind. It's identical. So when you realize that, then you will actually receive Tara's blessings and all of her powers will arise within you.
아, 양다가 돈은 내세 장 점질 미시게 진짜 돈은 뭔가에 용금 지지를 하면 자도서 하는데 따뜻하면서 낭바 상제베 템바 동바 양다바 취양다바 남양다바 이 조건을 막고 요래 옛날 동당원에 되니 레좀 차신 차지 동대 마오나 미다다란 거 강이라고 타고 그 요말이 강에 제가 왕의 성례들이 다다 이 시절 공부 같은 새로 대설 ramra 그리고 노선당 최대라서 봐 태성지야가 이런 등에 강의를 조바 손에 있다 남라 받치 조바를 ramra 요거 요래 그래야지 또지 좀 그게 템플릿이 봐 같이 와리 좀 그게 템플릿이 봐들이다 또다가 가시가 본다고 때마다 본다고 때마다 있는 본다고 때마다 같이 모르지 이제 temba 이제 성된 종라 좀 그래서 하면 봐서 본다고 또 많이 성고요 이제 저것들은 갖다 쳐보고요 오마시나 이제 감이 또 보는데 화작 등사고 아주 따뜻한데 인이 성조 나와 상지에 temba사고 인반이 성의 족속 감이 보고요 계속 나라 성고요
Then on page 6, Omniscient Mother Goddess, please protect those who have dwelt in the authentic truth but do not understand the interdependence of cause and effect and thus are blind to the meaning of what is to be known. So there are many who have found the Buddha Dharma. There are many who have entered the Buddha Dharma, who have entered the path of Dharma practice, but still they often do not clearly understand the fine workings, the subtle workings of karma, cause and effect. They do not really understand karma. And due to this, they are unable to resolve their difficulties. And so they become completely controlled by their difficulties. And because they don't know, they are blind to the meaning of what is to be known, they develop many doubts. Doubts in the Dharma, doubts in the three jewels, and so on. They are unable to tolerate, accept any kind of difficulty patiently. They encounter all sorts of obstacles on their path. Mainly, it is important to understand the interdependence of cause and effect. And so, we speak about the two truths, the relative and the ultimate. And many people consider the ultimate truth as most profound and most important. But actually, the two truths need to be in union. There cannot be a contradiction. So it is said that the relative truth teaches the unfailing nature of karma, cause and effect, while the ultimate truth teaches emptiness. And if we look at the words themselves, there seems to be a huge contradiction here if we don't understand the actual meaning. It's very important to realize that there is no contradiction at all between those two truths. And that is actually a very profound, important point that we need to understand. The union of the twofold truth. That's really the ultimate view. Ultimately, that is what we need to understand. We need to reconcile the two truths so we don't see any contradiction. So this is really what this verse is speaking about.
tata daji iso nangne daji in nangne der mupodan chime der tawat potom daji iso nangne nangne ubi zongte ni de shwame ba de palatri de ni para printu ni unatri de balesa yo le saksa yo le sakpa sa di del tini tata orte de dok de tage ta jorten 좋아요 tata de 공시 받아 따위 이제 소리 생들이 너무 고랑 저사적 생산들이 내가 보이선 네 동작 자족 사지가 공방 사지 것은 용이 한계들 절성 저사적 생겨서 저 다디는 손에 저 다디는 때문에 저 동네들이 마음의 성심 로아를 돕게 유머가 troublesome 저 성을 대해서 저 정가서 그다지 그 시작부터 바로 또 뭐라는 이 양다양도 송구요에 그다지 롱다를 바로 시작해 판기 좀 제대로 오요에 그때 저 강제와 강자체 버리잖아 그다다 무서 아다 낭시 시랑 마음을 받아 그래서 어쩌고 그래 그게 같이 와래 저 강지바는 그때까지 저 대회는 호마는 냠내 탐제 가고 사지 내 말대 저 상속센터 인fin을 온도 거기 동행의 저 나디 뚜벌에 내가 걸어서 다 맞았다 나오는 시 차용을 해야 저 나디에 또 잡아야 돼 이때는 이제부터 해서
So the relative truth teaches that karma is unfailing. And so that is when there is a perception of self-other, a dualistic perception of self and other. So there appears to be self and other, and we believe in the truth of this appearance and our concept labels towards these appearances. And for as long as that is our state of mind, a dualistic perception, karma is unfailing, infallible. So as long as there is duality, we are accumulating karma, because there is this duality of someone accumulating karma or action and an action that is engaged in. There is a duality of samsara and nirvana and so on from that perspective. So everything arises from its causes. As you mentioned before, the ultimate view, ultimate nature of the mind is Buddha nature. And when the cause of bodhichitta arises within this nature, then temporarily it becomes the cause for experiencing the happiness of the three higher realms, and ultimately it becomes the cause of attaining the state of enlightenment, the qualities of the three kayas. Everything arises from causes. All happiness arises from the cause of bodhichitta. All suffering arises from the cause of self-grasping. Once there is self-grasping, there will always be the suffering of the three lower realms in particular, and then the 6 realms of samsara. They all arise from the root cause, which are the 6 afflictive emotions. And regarding that, actually, there is a more detailed explanation in the Samantabhadra prayer that you can read. But basically, all the instructions, the teachings given in the scriptures, always come back to karma. And so what really, from a practical perspective, what is really most important? Until consciousness has truly transformed into primordial wisdom, considering karma is most important. That is really the foundation of any practice that we engage in, any Buddhist practice that we do. So whatever Buddhist practice we engage in, it must be based on the cause of bodhichitta, of altruism. One must recognize that all suffering arises only out of self-grasping. This concept of me and I, this self, that itself is samsara. And as long as it is present, it is taught that it will always result in suffering. It is thought that all phenomena arise from causes. The 6 realms of samsara, for example, they each have their own particular kind of suffering. For example, in the animal realm, there are animals that are as large as a mountain, and some are as tiny as water drops. And then there is even smaller animals and beings without even a body. And they all suffer. And why? Because of self-grasping. Because of self-grasping, coarse and subtle afflictive emotions always arise. So now for us, when we engage in practice, we always say, may all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. But then, actually, we also have to recognize these causes of suffering in ourselves. When you look at the suffering of the world, like wars, for example, the cause of that is anger, hatred. We can understand that. But often what we do not see is that actually we also have it. We also have the anger and the hatred in our own mind. And if you understand that, if you see that clearly, and you encounter a difficulty, then immediately you will recognize the related affliction, like anger, and you will be able to let it go. For example, according to the path of individual liberation, the afflictive emotions are abandoned based on fear of the suffering that they cause. And according to the bodhisattva path, anger, for example, is transformed. And according to the Vajrayana path, we practice with the anger. The anger becomes the practice. Whatever we practice, Jigten Sumgön had said that the 84,000 different dharma practices all are an antidote to the afflictive emotions. So all of the different practices are nothing else but different methods to eliminate afflictive emotions. So you don't want to suffer. If you don't want to suffer, then the cause of suffering are these afflictive emotions. And that is what has to be avoided if you want to avoid suffering. But what people mostly do is they ignore the causes of their suffering. They do nothing about them, but rather they try to avoid the result of suffering that's already ripening. For example, when it's cold, we turn on the heater. So that's already a result. We are avoiding the results. So in that way, we are not liberating ourselves from suffering. We are trying to avoid the suffering, the manifest suffering of this life. But then, if you really understand karma, and karma arises, there's often nothing that you can do. No matter how hard you try to avoid it, you can't. For example, there's an earthquake, or there's a flooding, or any other disaster. There's nothing we can do about it when it happens. And so people don't know that that is karma ripening. They don't know that this is the result of actions that they themselves have created in previous lives. All they can see is the present experience of suffering, that feeling. And so therefore, they are blind to the meaning of what is to be known. Some people experience more happiness than others, but for example, when we practice the Dharma, then in Buddhism, for example, we have encountered so many hardships. Like personally, I have encountered many of these hardships, and the monastery has been completely demolished and so forth. And then there was so much difficulty. And people then often also wonder, like, what are you Buddhists really doing? There's only difficulties. So what's really the benefit, and so on. And so these kind of thoughts arise if we don't really understand the workings of karma. Then we are projecting outward, and we're just examining the outer situation and try to make sense of it. And in that way, we will only develop doubts, not understanding really the nature of karma, cause and effect. And so because of that, because we don't really understand or trust in karma, that is why we develop doubts and confusions in the face of external difficulties.
것들이 좀 알겠지. 얘네들이 쌈 이상 싫어버리네. 사실 고만 다소 고만 그래서 내가 다소 그래버리 쌈지 죽버렸지. 내가 다소 이제 바꾸려고 했지. 왜 얘네들이 일단 좀 이유는 사정수 차와서 주네요. 내가 쪽에 좀 사정수 차와서 내가 속아리. 내 하품들이 여기 쪽에 좀 나한테 그러니까 유목을 유목과 강을 좀 나딘소 다주께지니까 나한테 보통 고상고요 다주께지 체도 아니 나도 인도 받은 걸 때렸더니 여기 차와요 정말 나는 유목을 좋아해요 내 차를 내사서는 레디 사람이 유목 받대 내사죠 받대 저게 아까저기 요말 상큰 유목 받대 생각다 내가 상황도 대응을 대대나 이제는 저 멘트를 시작하는 거죠 남은 건 되게 참 대신 뭐래 사제 인장 다디 레상큰 유목 받다 다디 딱 유목 받 대상지 넘다버지 다디 시합도 불매다버지 넘지 마세요 parte 타사단 보고 아니 송송 가서면 넘지 마세요 받을래지 상고래 내가들 셉득이 뭐가 사제 인장 유목을 해서 제가 또 하다 사제를 해서 내가 돌시 되어왔다 이 만화와 다 매용고요래 절대들이 남인경 계획지 야가 정중은 계획지 따뜻하다 가시들 레트 종나든 매를 제냐 시바 좀 주는데 다 초과작살 지원 왕을 계획 초과작살 지원랑 거요래 내일 방송에서 시바 좀 파도 받다도 요래 영화 쪽도 철 아양 되게 레트 팔로우요 그래서 그래 이 콜로 보라탕 따뜻한 상투에 가야 돼. 다디스 싸지 뭐 진심으로 어디네. 다스로 된 것도 뭐 따뜻해. 빨리 주는데 다디지에 냐지 또 그러네. 그래서 동네에서 다디도 갖다 또 다디도 다디지에다 다디네나 다스라디 동네에서 다디도 그래 통통해.
So first we need to understand the more coarse workings of karma, cause and effect. And for the most part, all of us who have practiced Buddhism are familiar with that. So the coarse workings of karma is, for example, it is said, if you wish to know what you did in a previous life, then look at your present body, your present life. So here we already have an understanding of past and future lives. And based on that understanding, we can understand that everything that we experience in this life, happiness and suffering, is the result of our own actions committed in previous lives. It is said, for example, that even if you experience just the slightest moment of happiness, that is given to you by the three jewels. And how is that? It is because who are the three jewels really? The Buddha jewel is really your own wisdom mind. And the Dharma jewel is your own love and compassion. And if you have wisdom and compassion, ideally you will put others before yourself, but at least you would equalize self with others. You would make an effort to avoid harming others and its cause, and you would make an effort to try to help others whenever you can. And then you practice generosity, and as a result of that, you will find wealth. And if you practice morality, you will obtain a precious human body. And if you practice patience, you will find harmonious friends and beautiful appearance and enjoy a long lifespan. So all of the good qualities of the higher realms come from generosity, morality, and patience. And then meditation and wisdom lead to enlightenment. But everything is based on love only. If you have love, then it will naturally lead to the twofold fruition, the temporary and the ultimate. So even the slightest experience of happiness or joy is the result of the slightest form of love arisen within your mind. And even the slightest kind of suffering is the result of your own afflictive emotions. And they arise out of self-grasping. And that means you consider yourself as most important. What's more important than anything else is that first and foremost, I need to be happy. I need to be taken care of. I is most important. And in order to achieve the purpose of myself, I'm causing a lot of harm towards others. So even the most subtle of sufferings arises from that, from self-grasping and the afflictive emotions. And then once the karma has been committed, it is going to ripen. The one who creates karma are the afflictive emotions. And the karma created is not like, it's not like there is some kind of a count, a list of all the things that you have done, all the karmas. There's no count on that, but it's the afflictive emotion that's present. That's the karma really, that continues to ripen. The afflictive emotion in your mind is like that seed of a flower that continues to grow into its corresponding results. And when it ripens, then we have to experience the outcome, which is just like undergoing a surgery actually. So that is, for example, the result of full maturation. So even though your Buddha nature is actually the Buddha, for as long as karma is accumulated, karma will ripen. The afflictive emotions and self-grasping are like the oil in a lamp, in a butter lamp. And wisdom is the light. As long as there is oil, there is an experience. And only when the oil comes to an end, one will be free from suffering. So for as long as there is this oil, one will continue to go on to take birth in the 3 lower realms in order to pay back that karma until the oil becomes exhausted. So even though your mind is Buddha nature, and Buddha nature is actually the Buddha, you do experience temporary suffering as long as the causes for that are present, which are your own afflictive emotions. And so likewise, if you engage in actions driven by a motivation of love, the result will be happiness. Karma ripens in a very precise, unmistaken way. First, there is the result of full maturation. For example, that means to take birth in hell. And then once that karma of full maturation now becomes exhausted, you might again take birth in the human world, but then the next result coming into effect is called the dominating result, and that determines the place of birth. So then you're born in a war zone, for example. And then once you're born there, the next result coming into effect is called the result corresponding to the cause. So there is an experience corresponding to the cause, so others harm you again. And then there is an activity corresponding to the cause. Again, you harm others. And in this way it goes in circles, and karma proliferates. And that is the proliferating result. And karma goes in circles like that, endlessly. So how do we bring an end to it? It is only if we cut through the root of self-grasping. And that begins when we cultivate an altruistic mind and sustain it with patience. that interrupts the continuum, the cycle of karma. When you cut through self-grasping, you're cutting through the cycle of karma. You mentioned that during the truth teachings the other day. To be liberated from suffering, we have to cut through self-grasping. That's the meaning of truth, really. When there's no more concept of self, then you have severed the roots of all suffering.
여기 먹었지. 하고서. 아니 뭐 저와가 차서 하고서. 일단이 님에게 시작됐다 없지. 그때 나도 가래제가 되어 제가 dharmata culture 나도 좋아했고 그런 거는 다 좋고 그래. 진짜하면 저도 소 다 상대용 이 상태 때는 저거를 해서 진짜로 아깝들은 뭐냐면 제디 아니 뭐가 좋아. 작품 나와도 되나? 이제 지금 말이지. 아 무슨 얘기? 그게 좀 무슨 얘기? 사람들이 좋아해.
So on the course level, we recognize the afflictive emotions such as anger or hatred. And then on the more subtle level, we recognize the subtle forms of suffering. And so everything arises from the cause, afflictive emotions. So an afflictive emotion arises, a feeling arises in the mind, and you follow after it with body and speech. In this way, you are forming a habitual imprint, a karmic tendency. And this imprint is like the seed of a flower. All the qualities of the flower are already contained in the seed. And once it is planted, once the seed imprint is planted, it is there, ready to ripen at any time. It will ripen into any kind of experience of happiness and suffering, depending on virtuous or non-virtuous actions. So the 84,000 different kinds of afflictive emotions all arise out of this selfish mind that wishes for one's own happiness. And all of the enlightened qualities of a Buddha arise from the altruistic mind. So there's really only those two and nothing else. So on the relative level, when you give rise to immeasurable love and compassion, to bodhichitta, the afflictive emotions will dissolve. So you gain this experience. Now the cause, the afflictions, has been cleared away. And if there is no more cause, there can't be a result. If the affliction is gone, then there cannot be a result ripening from it. And you understand then the suffering I experience now is the result from the actions that I myself have created in a previous life, things that I have done, my own karma. So there's nothing much I can do about it, but in the future is up to me. I can avoid the causes of suffering for the future. And ultimately then, when you realize the ultimate truth of the non-dual nature of self and other, you realize that there is no self, and then there is no more cause. And when there is no more self, then there is also no more karmas and habitual tendencies and karmic projections and so on. In the 37 practices, it says, appearances are one's own mind. So your own mind is like space, and the thoughts arising are like the clouds in space. And actually, from the Buddha's perspective, the enlightened perspective, the clouds do not actually affect space in any way. So they don't actually harm or disturb space in any way. There is the space does not disturb the clouds, and the other way around. So for the Buddhas, it is all the same, it is all one. And that is why Buddhas can go to hell realms and benefit beings there without it actually being a hardship for them. And that is because they can see the illusory nature of all appearance. They do not experience it the way sentient beings experience it as an actual harm. And so that is the path that the Buddhas have taught. And now, to understand it, now we have to reconcile both truths, the relative and the ultimate truth. And so we have said here, beings are blind to the meaning of what is to be known. Being blind means that we don't understand that things are illusory and that there are no self and other. There is no duality. Being blind means that there are many doubts in our mind. Not being blind means to trust in karma. And if you really trust in karma, only through that actually you can let go of all the afflictive emotions. There's basically two methods to let go of the afflictions. One is from the relative, one from the ultimate perspective. So if you know that, you will make an effort to apply those methods, to practice them. So first you recognize the afflictive emotion as it arises. And then you let it go. What often happens to those beings who are blind to the meaning of what is to be known, they might see the afflictive emotion, but they know that they're afflicted, but they're not letting go of it, and they're actually even trying to hold on to it. And so that is this blindness actually. So when the cause, the afflictive emotion arises, we have to immediately recognize its arising. And only then will we be able to let it go. So we have to recognize the fault and the consequences of this affliction. So often people, they recognize it and still they indulge in it. They hold on to it. They justify it somehow. And that's that blindness now. And now, not being blind to what is known is this awakening arises when you develop the twofold bodhichitta. And in that way, the mind becomes pure of the afflictive emotions. So when you know that all kinds of difficulties I experience is only the result of me not yet having purified my mind. It's because my mind is defiled by these afflictions. And if you know that, you will make an effort to cultivate wisdom and love and compassion. On the relative level, it is bodhicitta. It is immeasurable love. If you know all of that, you will be able to make this effort. And regarding the ultimate bodhicitta, it arises naturally out of measurable love. And that is something we just have to mention again and again. If you do not cultivate the relative bodhicitta of immeasurable love, there is no way that you can realize the ultimate bodhicitta. And that is because we cannot so easily get rid of self-grasping. Our self-grasping is too powerful, it is too thick. And even though we know all of that, we can't let go of it anyways. We can't let go of our afflictive emotions if we do not give rise to immeasurable love. And only then can we see the ultimate truth, that is the non-dual nature of self and other. So this is the supplication to the omniscient mother to protect those who who are blind to what is to be known. And so now when these feelings of happiness and suffering and various emotions arise, recognize them with clarity and know that for as long as there is a perception of self and other, even though you might know that self and other are inseparable, for as long as you still do perceive a duality of self and other, karma is ripening. And with 100% certainty, it is going to ripen for as long as afflictions are in the mind. Only when the afflictions have completely disappeared, then there is no one left who accumulates any karma. And then the cause has become empty, and therefore also the result will be empty. And actually this is how we can understand that there is actually no contradiction between the two truths, that the two truths are a union. There is no contradiction at all, if you understand this point. So clearly recognize the cause, the afflictive emotions, when as it arises right now. So now it arises, I have understood it, I've seen it, there is this feeling. Whatever feeling arises, then you let it go, you don't follow it. And in this way, gradually practicing in this way, you are reconciling the relative and the ultimate truth. And you are coming to a definitive understanding of the view. And from that, really, all the qualities of a Buddha arise. So ideally, when you engage in practice, the afflictive emotions are released the moment they arise through the view. And that view, this omniscient mind, that is this omniscient mother goddess, that is Tara. That awareness is the Dharmakaya, great mother. And it is within yourself, so you can develop trust in it.
그래도 반대 동담 그때 말이 아까 뒤니 송도 조그라 렘바 이제 오늘 좀 배서 다 도와주고 동행 됐다 우리 독나 아 물리 집에도 봐서 뭐 도와줘도 딱 봐주고 걸었다 저라미 봐 도와줘도 내라 말이 딱지 딱나 말이 무슨 말이잖아 에 내가 말 로자에 대해서 진짜 요 말이 선우지 진짜 딱 발대 얘기를 말이 좀 아까 차디요 난 그게 생기야 내가 랑게 뉴모 같아 넘지 말면 넘지 그메다 그래 뉴모를 내지 뉴모 같아 마세 파도 저거 상태 차한 거 그래 네 넘지 세지 어디서 그걸 안 하는데 그게 남고 지지 합치 이 매와 지금은 차로요 차로 답지션도 잡도 차도 사나 원당 부분이 인이 성도 좋고 아주 원당이 대발 성도 좋고요 에 그것도 좀았다 그러니까 뭐라도 좀 왔다 이게 아주 대시로 말해 저보다도 그래 유모를 하고 양차는 걸 양치 보자도 다 끼듯이 야와 같은 저와미 같이 말이 전도 랑을 생활하고 시작해요 됐다 아또 남게 받는 생각과 다른 당기를 되는 바고요 함께 어디 같은 본다고 되는 거죠 뒤로요 옛날
Then lastly, having the unelaborated space-like nature from which everything is indivisible, complete Buddha Mother, please continue to protect those disciples who are ordinary. And so now here we are speaking about the ultimate truth, and which is actually the union of the two truths. So first, we have said that on the relative level, karma is infallible. So there is this actual experience of suffering in the 6 realms of samsara. So there is real suffering. And so then, if we see real suffering, then we should ask, the suffering of the beings in the 6 realms, will it always be there? Is there any end to that suffering? It will not always be there. Nothing actually ever stays, even for a moment. And in one's life, most people don't live for longer than like 100 years. No one stays. And also, this world, no world will always remain. Everything is constantly changing and illusory by nature. And also the inner sentient beings, their afflictive emotions, also they won't really stay. It is like this karma created by the afflictions is like the oil in a butter lamp. It's there, the flame is there for as long as the oil is there. or the karma. And when the karma has come to an end, has been extinguished, then all of the confused suffering appearances of the 6 realms of samsara all disappear along with that. And that is when Buddha nature attains freedom, when it realizes non-duality. That is when the ice has melted into the ocean, when you realize the ultimate truth, or the union of the twofold truth. So on the relative level, the relative truth, appearances appear, but they are illusory. Suffering of the 6 realms is illusory. Nothing stays for even a moment. Everything constantly changes all the time. The afflictive emotions arise and then they go again, and things just come and go constantly. Hell, for example, as you mentioned before, is nothing but the projection of one's own mind of hatred or anger. But the ultimate natural state of the mind is just like space. So ultimately, all phenomena of samsara and nirvana, they gather into this ultimate expanse, and that is where they arise from.
그랬더니 함께했다 재밌게 되는데 사지 종진대세 습지 남는 사지에 오절로 들어서 많고 습지가 셈다 아빠 사지는 남진시기 하요 말이지 함께 남가다 버리지 대학원에 들리 함께했다 재미있다 아도 봄을 가다라 아도 봄마 가다더라 다 가다가 다 저도 가다가 다 요가 담기는 내가 가양다양데 지금도 삼바다 니지게들이 단지에 가래 메파트들이 삼바제게 파트들이 단지 메파트 담이 또 시합 마셔서 파트들이 지금도 마치 또 그냥 요리 동네 쪽에 하고서 나사를 주시 시합들 쫓고 시합들 단지 다 유어 잘 이 삼바탕 되게라 제네들이 되게들이 차로들 강하다 잔데 됐다 시작을 좀 잡아가기 그래서 독상제 진짜서
So that is the having the unelaborated space-like nature, and then from which everything is indivisible. So the Buddha had said, all beings are actually Buddhas. They are only obscured by adventitious stains. So the mind of sentient beings in samsara and the omniscient wisdom mind of the Buddhas are identical, actually. Their mind is exactly the same. It is all like space. And then it says, those disciples who are ordinary, please protect those disciples who are ordinary. They're ordinary because we grasp at the existence of a self, the self of ourselves as individuals, and the self of phenomena out there. We believe that they're all separately existing things, and that is an ordinary being. And so until we have become free from that, until self-grasping has dissolved, again and again we supplicate to Tara. That means we cultivate love and compassion. In this way, self-grasping slowly melts away until we attain enlightenment. We practice until great wisdom expands. Until then, we supplicate Tara to grant protection, and she really does grant protection. So that is what we understand here when we read that verse here. Because how she grants protection is through wisdom. It's your own wisdom mind that really protects you. It is when you let go of self-grasping and the afflictive emotions, and if you give rise to love and compassion, then you are protected. Then the ice is melting and merging to be one with the ocean.
어떻게 지내들 뭐든지 정말 라마키비시니 다시 라마키비시니 다시 마음 집중도마다 다 삼바다 인지 Deta Pojani Pinsi Shap Deva Sap Dedi. Only Hingita Devas. Sem Tombadi or Sabata Hingitona, Sem the Tevata Matar, that is the Mata Matavare. They maternity Tatok Nega tourism with Devaya, their Tokyo. Tatok Saji Compana, their Tokyo. Donata. Bishop quantity no mechanic bala by Chile, later they call Hawk or Toa Yubata, Sabat save me, but I need it. Sabat save me, but I didn't need it on TV. Sabat and Margaret need it, but the Chata Humelas for something already. You know, Garrison is something or could need you on the other way. Sabat doing it is what the range of Pama, getting double lama. The Tasso. In Jacob, that's the dream so. It's actually something. I'm in the middle of the outside of the some parts of the this is such a some role. You could not need a song to be somebody celebrated that a song to be some parts of the such a the end of the Sabbath. Samba chebi pada da yang de lo li de so no de da de lo ma ko ya me che na de samba chebi ba ki ba ka mo to pe na a samba me le ra ki chi yo ba de ju de che la ram ji ge ni ram ji ni ga de so de cha to yo ni ka che mo le ni chu do lo ba la ta ai ka che no de to yo ba ko da ka mo to so that the mother such a young the law, Washaya, you get the Puma Tamchin, then you say, Beba Lona, simply young the Yore, they're coming in, oh, they'll prevail with the soul. Kishikadi Latin, what other Kishiko Yore, or sometimes what the Tishi did, you be by child with Yore. Ramatamchi in the Yore, the Hajakachi Boli. At the Tata, touchable, the Lipachable.
And the outer aspect of Tara is any male, for example, any man with compassion is Chenrezig, any woman, female with compassion is Tara. Or, for example, they manifest as a spiritual teacher and so forth. The inner Tara is your own mindfulness that sustains love and compassion. It is wisdom and loving kindness, or it is emptiness that is infused with compassion. If the empty mind never separates from love, then you never separate from Tara. And that then becomes the cause for experiencing the temporary happy states of the three higher realms and also the ultimate state of enlightenment. So, in brief, you should recognize Tara as your own mindfulness. And mindfulness sustains love, passion. Actually, if immeasurable love arises, from that, compassion naturally arises. And that is to say that if immeasurable love is lacking, ordinary compassion will not be able to deal with afflictive emotions. So ordinary compassion is a kind of compassion that is not founded on immeasurable love. For example, we love our dogs, for example. We have compassion for them, but it's also ordinary. Why do you love your dog? Because it's very cute. But then this immeasurable love that leads to compassion, this state of loving kindness that we are talking about here, actually comes from, first of all, a sense of gratitude and recognizing the preciousness and the importance of others. For example, we remember the kindness of our parents, or our teachers, the worldly and spiritual, or our country. We remember their kindness. For example, without your mother, you wouldn't have a precious human body. So in this way, your love naturally leads to compassion. And that kind of compassion that is founded on immeasurable love, that will lead to develop into bodhichitta. And that only has the power to clear away self-grasping. So when that kind of love arises, self-grasping really becomes cleared away. Otherwise, ordinary compassion, we do have some compassion, of course, but if it's not founded on immeasurable love, it will not have the power to clear away our self-grasping. Even if we engage in practice for many years, if we neglect immeasurable love, we will always encounter difficulties and will not be able to deal with the afflictive emotions. So I found this of personal benefit. I really found that developing immeasurable love is the greatest benefit to oneself and also others. And that's really actually most important, my Dharma friends. And so also I would like to, this completes the teachings, and I would like to ask your forgiveness, your patience, if I have mixed up a few things here, because also I'm not seeing so well. So I'm asking you for your forgiveness. And lastly, this book and the other books, such as the Ganges Mahamudra, for example, are books that you should read often, again and again. Every time you read it, a deeper understanding will arise. And there's different Tara practices, but actually you can, if you want to practice Tara, you can just read this book, for example. That is a Tara practice, and it also actually includes an instruction into the nature of the mind. And that is significant whenever you encounter difficulties, then you remember one of those verses. You remember, you supplicate the mother of mindfulness, for example, and you remember the need for mindfulness. And then you recognize that this mindfulness is indivisible from Tara. And this mindfulness is also the essence of the Guru, actually. So for that reason, these little books are really very precious and very important, and actually are very powerful for one's practice, my Dharma friends.
Okay. In dedication, page number 9 to 10, English. Long life, Adu Tibet.
Oh,
First you do English.
first to English until long life, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
First you do 9 to 10 is English.
Uh-huh.
Then I do long life Tibet.
Not
yeah.
11, right?
Not 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
So page 9 and 10. Dochechang, Tilopam, Naropam, Marpa, Milarepam, Dharmalot Gambopa, Pangmudrupa, and Lord Drikung. Please bestow upon us the most auspicious blessing of all the Kagyu Lamas. By this virtue may I achieve omniscience, by defeating all enemies' confusion. May all who travel on the waves of birth, old age, sickness, and death cross the ocean of samsara. Bodhichitta, the excellent and precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise. Where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. I pray that the Lama may have good health. I pray that the Lama may have long life. I pray that your Dharma activities spread far and wide. I pray that I may not be separated from you. As Manjushri, the warrior, realized the ultimate state, and as did Samantabhadra, I will follow in their path and fully dedicate all the merit for all sentient beings. By the blessing of the Buddha who attained the three kayas, by the blessing of the truth of the unchanging Dharma as such, by the blessing of the indivisible Sangha order, may the merit I share bear fruit. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, May I and all sentient beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drikung Ratnashri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Okay. Page number 12. Long life praying, Tibet. O Gare Rave Gorve Kengan Su Benda Deva Malen Jongven Chenrezig and Tara Jamso Ye Kabe Zendaba Dinjur Je Gonjo Gende Shakja Singye Ye Tenban Zinjen Bebe Danye Je Kunzan Juban Dunjen Delen Jun Jeb Zela Me Yabden Zo Goncho Samje Danye Degomba Tenban Zenla Dara Dajen De Tanbe Je Geze Nawa Ye Yege Wajen Joge Yabden Zo Bagbe Yern Arayan Dewa Yen Dogan Zozan Garni Hedru Jeden Gumbe Dose Jeden Ba Parden Garjen Gaze Gajar De Nyegde Jarden Yagde Negande Todo Dorje Da Dorjo Sheme Dembe Gajar Dage Dembe Nyaman Garjen Yagden Zo Yoma Debe Norje Parashoken Samdan Gombe Rare Nyaje Do Tsuro Obo Jinze Je Kinje Gonjo Jaze Yade Zo Drumcho Gome Dambe Zula Wang Goncho Renjin Yeje Gunje Ja Norga Duga Yegin Jongwe Dere Chawan Gonjo Norga Zorwan De Dakya Muge Pazan Zobada Sasa Lada Zome Dada Je Pangon Lame Gazera Deje Helen Gomez Page number 40, English. Your thought.
Your 1,000 arms are 1,000 Chakravartin kings. Your 1,000 eyes are 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate era. I prostrate to the Venerable Chenrezig, who shows whatever is needed to subdue those to be subdued.
O Mane Beme Ore 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 O Mane Beme Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.